Oh, I forgot I'm still muted. Hi. Hello. How you doing? Welcome, welcome. Why am I like this? I don't know why, but sometimes that happens. Hello. Hope you are doing good. Welcome. I'm late again. I cannot believe it. Man, I need to stop being so late all the time. Although yesterday was good though, you know, yesterday I was early, but that was yesterday. But I feel like I'm late too many times and I don't like it. I don't like it. I don't like it. Anyway, I'm gonna do Earth. I'm gonna do some Earth. I think I stopped at. Let me unplug Krita real quick. Okay, there we go. Yeah, Krita is pretty fast. Alright, okay. Alright, okay. Alright, okay. Okay, alright. I was doing this. Right. I wanted to do ET. I forgot. Of course. Leave myself here. Okay, there we go. There. Oh, I feel I'm still all over the place. Shit. I feel I'm still all over the place. But I'm okay. Did I upload Huion? It's here. I didn't mean to press that. Okay, Huion is here. Should be good. I need to put this one up. This should be good. Okay. Oh boy. I feel like I'm still all over the place. Does this work? Okay, this works. I need... You know, I'm okay. Just gonna need some... Need a bit of time to calm down from all that happened this morning. But nothing bad though, I assure you. Rest assured, nothing bad happened. It's just a bunch of stuff that I need to work on. Is all. Like, too many things I need to do. Oh. It makes Kobo kind of lazy today. I feel like I feel eepy, but at the same time I don't want to do this. At the same time I want to be here. That's why. It's fine. It's fine. Hey. All right. Okay. How did I do it again? It always starts with the... Right, okay. Alright, I need to do MERPs as well, I forgot! MERP has this, but MERP wants it to be full body. Well, not full body, but waist up. I forgot, right. So, need to work on MERP stuff, and then... color... The color for... Nexus and Baraki. Right. Need to remember. I'm slowly coming back. I'm calming down. Everything is fine. I'm still sweating from all the things that happened. I just came back. I came back from work and I immediately rushed to my room. Okay. Everything is fine. Let me just... ET is so adorable. ET. It's such a cute name for a kobold too. I haven't warmed up yet. Usually when I do art, I will usually just do like a few... I just do like, if I can draw like a proper circle. Yeah, that one is quite consistent. You know what I mean? Like, I usually do this and get some... Yeah, that's bad. Get some consistent circling motion on. Usually it gives good shoulder movement. I usually use my whole arm to draw. Only when I'm drawing like small lines that I'll use like the wrist. No, I use wrist to draw small lines, but big lines I'll just use the whole arm. I think it's just easier to control. So usually when I do big circles like this, it'll be the whole arm in motion. Right? That means that my arm is kind of okay-ish right now. It's just a little thing that I realized that I've been doing it myself, and I was like, oh hey, feels good. It feels good to do that. You can get a more consistent circle. It's not perfect circle by all means. It's not. It's not this circle, right? It's not. But what I want is just like to have a bit of a I draw my own circle kind of feeling. Like this one. See, this feels good. Right? That feels good. I like it. It's good. Although this one is a little bit awkward. But yeah, it's fine. Oh, E.T. doesn't have tongue here. I could ask E.T. when they're here. But for now, it's like last time when I was drawing legs as well. When I was drawing legs, and then I need to ask for like things because I wasn't sure if spooders have tongue, because I Google searched and then Google told me that, well, spooders don't have tongue, and I was like, shit, if spooder don't have tongue, what am I supposed to do? Like, because these are all like Bleps sketches that I do for coffee donations. Like, honestly, at this point onward, from this point onward, or from that point onward, about a few weeks back, when I do like a little special strum, do like to fundraise for myself a little bit because of like incidents. I think it was from that stream onwards, like whoever donated to coffee will always get like a little sketch from me, you know, something like these. And if you want color, then sure, I can do it, I guess. I mean, this one is myself. This one is like a first first experiment. Of course, Merp. OC requests. Can you draw my OC original character for me, please? Shit, like, out of nowhere? With no reference? I don't think I'm that good though. God, E.T. adorable. I feel the line is not that good. Just... shit. I love how you put like a hard bracket there as well. OC request. Really cool. OC request. I think eyes here? Why not, right? E.T. has huge eyes. Look at that. Oh, little horns here. That's kind of cute. I assume these are horns, and then the face is like two spikes. That's kind of cute. What even is that link? Is that codename Kids Next Door? Oh no, I don't draw a human. As a bunny, eh? It's scary though. I don't even draw good. Oh god. Oh wait, it should be facing this way because it's here. It's here. Right, of course. Hi, huge cookie. Look at that. How you doing? It's more in the middle, right? So if it's more in the middle, then this one should be around here as well. Yeah. But because of the line, it should be a little bit, right? You know what I mean? Elijah, I think I'll pass on that one. Sorry. Or at least I should say that I don't do free art. But then again, if you... No, I'll pass on that. I'll stop. It looks like they have small schnee. Wait. That looks like a wolf. I think the spike should point upwards. It looks like it's facing downwards though. Kind of. And then small one. Hi, Tiny Panda. Kobo, hi. Welcome, how you doing? I got hit by the tree. If you got hit by the tree, I mean, if they spam the same thing, the first tree hit, I don't know. The second last hit will always be a hill sweep if they spam tree. That's only to my understanding. I haven't played Tekken in a while. I went to lab and figure out it's mid high, high low. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. There should be like a hell sweep towards the end, right? So that low is a hell sweep. Hit a high crush, swipe the launch punishable. Yeah, true. It's best if you can duck the high. I feel like if it's mid, the mid should be punishable. Like the third mid. I cannot lab the character, I didn't buy it. This game sucks sometimes, god damn it. I couldn't believe it, I didn't buy the character, I cannot lab it. Yeah, you need to buy the character to lab, if not you cannot even... You can watch the replay, but that's pretty much it. You can't really do much about it. Although, to be completely honest, I feel like my brain has been all about Monster Hunter lately. Monster Hunter. I was thinking about playing Monster Hunter today, but I was like, no. Monday should be art and I need to enforce myself to do it. Art is important. So yeah, you need to buy the character to lab it. It's... I think it's the same case in Tekken 7, if I remember correctly. Tekken 7, if you didn't buy the season pass or like you didn't buy the character, you cannot really lab them. So like, pain. Very, very pain. A big pain, actually. And from this line, I guess I can do it. Not too long though. And then cover up a snoot. Looks so awkward though. It's perspective at work. And I'm bad at perspective. It looks so jank. And it feels like over here is too big. Maybe I should... Yeah, I should. Yeah, I totally should. I did it. 3 string streak. 333. Thank you, Panda. See, I got some time of my own last night, and I was farming a bunch in Monster Hunter Frontier, and I got some good gear. Well, instead of saying I got some good gear, I made a full Inagami gear, and I upgraded them to reasonably strong. I haven't made a new weapon though, because I feel like those weapons are already good enough. I just need to test my skills now, is the point. But yeah, I've been upgrading and stuff. Got some Elder Dragon gems and stuff like that. Feels great. I haven't drawn the Chinook yet. Looks like a very cute Chinook though. So what I think is something like this. ET Chinook is on the shorter side, it looks like. I crave cookie. I love by looking at the name, I want cookie. Cookie sounds good right now, even though I just ate lunch, but still. Let me see. This one here. Measurement. Measurement. We love measurements and shit. Oh my god. That's good. Wait, I feel like the snoot is too small. This one is quite big. Like, this is not big enough somehow. And let me try to draw it out first. Big little teeth. I think it should be like this long. Oh. Feels like bad perspective, especially when it comes to like this part right here. I failed my perspective class. I cannot. My perspective is really bad. Maybe a little bit longer and then this one, but then this one is like this. You know what I mean? Wait, oh hi, Salo. Hi. Bucket. I will drink. I'm playing a silly little game, but I'm watching. What game? The secret lurker in your shadows? I like lurkers though. They're cool. Man, I still feel like my brain is all over the place. Brain all over the place, I wonder why. Partially because of that, but it's not entirely because of that. I went to a bunch of work this morning. Side hustle. That's why I'm like on and off at Discord this morning. I was like, eh. But those are some good stuff though. There was at some point I kind of want to just open up my Discord and watch it. Like, no, I cannot. I'm outside. I cannot just watch it. It doesn't work that way. I think I want to give ET a cross-eye blab. Cross-eye blab. Cross-eyed. Oh, looking for a fire looks like it's really bad. I think the eyes is too close together. You know what I mean? Like, even if I erase this one, the eyes are too close together. And because of that, I need at least around this. So yeah, I should be around here. Just a bit further away? I hope you're doing good, Salo. late greetings. They're just changing the eye knot to congeal in the middle. Already looks good. Looks better. Doing it, try a Metroidvania style game for once. Oh, Metroidvania. I don't play as much Metroidvania. I think the only one I played was Monster Sanctuary, I think. Yeah, that one. That's the one that I played. Oh, my Steam is closed. I think it's Monster Sanctuary. Yeah, it is. This one. This one good has a bunch of dragons in there, and you can make a dragon team and go PvP if you want. But I don't do PvP. I do PvE. Is it on a huge discount right now? Shit, it's only 24 ringgit. This one's fun. When is Rivals 2? Is it out? Like, can I play it? Shit, wait for my Steam. I'm really bad with platform fighting games because I never really played them. I only play a little bit of Smash during like room parties and shit. Like when they have a Switch and it's like, I want to play Smash! And then they let me play Smash. Let me say I'm online. Oop, Rivals of Aether, right? Whoa, Rivals of Aether is 72 ringgit? Holy shit! Can't believe it. Change. I think I bought Rivals of Aether when it was still in early access. Yeah, when it was still in early access, I bought it. Where's Eliana? Where's Eliana? There's Rano, Rasta, Rockman. Oh, that's cute. Rasta still have the up special, yeah. Is there really no Eliana? I'll be upset if there's no Eliana. Never played Smash on Rivals 1, but Rivals 2 I would try. I would try. See, the thing is, I love Rivals of Aether, but because I'm in Malaysia, and yeah, Ringgit Malaysia, RM, but there's not a lot of people that plays this game around here, and the online, I tried playing online multiple times with Rivals of Aether, but every time I just get shit on, and people just say they get a better Wi-Fi or something, but they don't know that I'm from Malaysia. But and then when I go to Japan server, no one's playing. And then so I tried EU. There's a few people playing, but just it's bad experience online because of where I am. So it's just kind of sad, honestly. Yeah. I will always say this when I play fighting games is that it's kind of a curse that I'm in Malaysia, because in Malaysia no one really plays fighting games. Like every time I ask them, hey, you play games? Like, yeah, I play games. What games do you play? I ask them, and it'll be like Dota, Overwatch, Lu Alu, those kind of games. It's like, yeah, I'm a gamer. Like, sure. Okay. Alright. Sure. So yeah, not a lot of people play fighting games, which is kind of upsetting, to be honest, but fine. You know what? Fine. It's okay. Let me do a clean night and see how it looks like. Stinky. Hi, Evie. And oh, another Stinky. Hi, Shredder. Welcome. Hope you're doing good. Oh, it is like jagged mouth as well. Yeah, I think that's kind of cute. Oh, I forgot to update this one. Oops. Shit, wait, get back. This one should be slightly longer. So I'm not following the line. A little bit longer. There we go, that makes sense. I think... Oh, wait, I could do like a little bit of... Oh, you know what? I can do it. Yeah. Who else is stinky here? I think I'm the only stinky dirt. You are the only stinky dirt. But there are other stinky... creatures. Creatures. Okay, I think that's actually kind of cute. Will I spin? Wee. the spin. I cannot change the spin time. Tactical. I'm mildly depressed by managing. I think that goes for a lot of people, but yeah. But still, good luck with managing. We all need it. And I know I'm not the best, but I'm here to help a little bit. Although I hope I'm helping, which I'm pretty sure I'm not, but I don't know. This one... Yeah. Sure. Should be a little bit longer. Oh, oh hi Jay. Are you gonna just eat me and then milk? I missed the calcium. Hi Jay. Hello. A Kobo tired, but I still want the art. No, that doesn't make sense. Should be this. Maybe this one goes lower. Like, way lower. It needed to happen at the exact same time, but okay. My timing. I mean, it's tough to get me to eat and then milk at the same time. It's not easy. Hi, Brecky. Welcome. Look at this cute little bowl. Adorable, adorable, adorable. I'm disrespecting the lines. I'm disrespecting the lines. I'm going to go a little bit more. But that doesn't make sense. Goes up, up. It looks sad though. this, Nolly. Oh, that's a lot easier. I'll keep it like this for now. Hmm? Oh, the pet is not mine now. Oh, hi, Rada. Oh, 10 push-up and 10 squats. I should change the redeem. I don't want to do push-ups no more. Push-ups is tough. Rather, I'll do some high knee and get that thick thighs. Let me draw a little bit, and then I'll do it. Hi, Rada. Hope you're doing good. How to determine? It's always this part that messed me up. Should I just make it bigger? It's an awkward overlap. I'm good. How are you? Nice. Good to know. I'm doing a little bit. I'm a little bit more tired than usual today. A lot of things happened this morning. Before I come to stream. That's why I'm super late. But honestly, I'm still pretty good. Just a little bit tired. That's all. But other than that, pretty good. I kinda eat B2. Makes me happy to see so many beings interested in your art. I'm genuinely surprised. Because I feel like my art is not even that good, and then people are interested. They are genuinely interested. It's like, oh god. Oh, there's a scarf. So I never draw a scarf before, but I can try. I'll try to draw exactly like this as a reference. A little bit outside as a clothing. It is good. Ryusui Kansai Ken? Fujin Ura Ken? Oh wait, that's this line right here, so it should be like... How do I scarf? How do I scarf? How do I scarf? This is weakness. I never drew clothing before. You notice all my characters are naked, right? Just because there are people out there that are better than you doesn't make your art bad. Social media has kind of made a lot of people feel like that, sadly. Oh, true, very true. I used to feel about this way more strongly back then, which is also why I avoided doing art for years. And then eventually I started doing art again, trying my best not to think about the other social media. Try not to think about the other person's art. Those are their hard work. I have my own hard work here. But sometimes it still hits me. And it's like, fuck, it's hard. But slowly. That's not it. Oh, this one goes behind. But because I'm... Oh, the neck is way thicker than this one. Wait, the neck shouldn't be shown that much because... Okay, I know what to do. Oh my god, look at... Kobo is cheating! Kobo is using Game Shark! Oh no! The neck is shrinking. No, it's being covered up by the scarf. My skill is skyrocketed since I stopped thinking about others and just do my own thing. Honestly, when I was making a bunch of my models as well, I was doing that as well. But then eventually I'm still chronically at Blue Sky and Twitter. So I've started feeling bad again. Although I did try to think like that is their hard work, they worked hard for it. I have not working hard enough, that's why I'm still stuck here. I need to work hard enough. But whenever I try to art, it's just kind of scary. It's like a bit of a vicious cycle that I cannot stop myself sometimes. But slowly does it. And of course with other people genuinely interested in my art, makes me really happy. It really does. The neck is shrinking. Cheating? I might have you taken off the Kobo leaderboards. But I deserve to be there. What do you mean I'm not taking me off the leaderboard? Nuh-uh. I call what can I call this one? A false accusation. I actually did cheat though. I cannot say it's false accusation. Mean removal. Oh, this one is still here though. It does look a lot more sharp, but too sharp? Maybe not mean removal, but sharpen. Yeah, sharpen is good. It still kind of retains the line. Kind of. Man, I remember about two years back, I think. No, I think it was like 1.5 years. It was not too long ago when I started doing the Cobra model. I started going back to 3D art. I got so depressed to a point where I stopped streaming for a little bit. There were a lot of times where I was trying to force myself to do art, and it backfired because I keep forcing myself to do art, and I'm not producing things that is what I like, you know. I'm forcing myself. Essentially, I'm just like a machine that's soulless. You know what I mean? When you're forcing yourself, you're not gonna create something good. So I went into like a bad time, bad time, really bad. I think I was playing. Shit, I was playing New World when it first came out, so around that time, it was kind of bad for me. It's not only that I'm looking at online creative, online. Yeah, I'm looking at Twitter stuff. I'm looking at a lot of a lot of good-looking art, and thinking that hey, I kind of want to do that as well. You know, I generally want to create some good art to satisfy my needs sometimes. And so the more I look at it, it's like, no, this is for learning purposes. But the more I look at it, the more I feel like I cannot do it like that. It's something that I cannot produce. And because of that, I went into like a depressive episode. Like genuinely, for that few months, I don't feel like doing anything. It was that bad. It was kind of scary too. Thinking back, I don't even want to wake up. I don't even want to get out of bed. I don't feel like I deserve to eat. You know, stuff like that. It's all the bad thoughts surging into the brain, and it's really bad. So yeah, though I think those times were like the dark times. Kind of scary, not gonna lie. Kind of scary. Oh shit. But then I think after that, I was talking to my sister. You know, the one that appears in my stream sometimes. That one. I've been talking to her. At that time, I was talking to her. It's like, don't think about it too much. If you can, stop looking at Twitter. That don't use Twitter. And then I actually stopped using Twitter for a few months, and I started doing art again. And that time I didn't go back into snake model immediately. I was making a Salazar model, because at the back of my head, Salazar is kind of easy, right? Shapes and everything is smooth, not much details other than texturing details. Same goes for most Pokemon. So I was thinking that making a Pokemon model as like a starting point is a good idea, and I did just that, and it helps. Right, I made a Salazar model, not the best, but it's looking okay. Right, it's looking okay, and I learned something new as well. And it is at that point I feel like, hey, I'm starting somewhere, and it feels great to create new things again. It's great. And forcing creativity never works. Yeah, it's really bad. Don't force it. Burnout is real. Don't force yourself. Don't compare yourself to others, because everyone has their own fights to go against. Everyone has different amounts of experience and hard work put into their work, right? A different amount. But I think, yeah, the most important thing is what you said. Like, every art that people put their heart and soul into it is great. Other than AR art, of course. Fuck that. Hi, Malicious McPie. And Pokemon are great to learn. Yeah, some of the Pokemon has like really good structure that really allows people to easily understand what's going on, and I think that's a good way to learn. Yeah, it good. I like it. this one. It's still kind of funny how when I first do the Salazar model, I didn't know what to do with the blink because I messed up the model and I also misunderstood how Salazar works. Apparently on front view, Salazar has like this huge lower jaw, like huge extruded lower jaw. I was like, oh shit, that's cool as fuck. That's kind of hot. I mean, that's very cool. Oh, it's supposed to be this one. This line right here. Is it? Oh yeah, it is. Drawing makes me remember when I was in middle school. Like I was the alienated kid. Like no one likes me because how I am with the diabetes and shit, and also how I behave. I'm very closet. I love to stay at home. I love to play games all the time, and I don't like to talk to people. I was very alienated as a kid in middle school, in primary school. I was the bullied kid. That's why I never liked school. But that's besides the point, right? That's the past. But what I want to say is, during school time, I will always just open up a book and not read them, but I start to get a pencil and just scribble whatever I want to scribble. Yeah, and I think that I like the feeling. It's like I'm creating my own world. And that feels good. I like it. Hi, Nexus. Wiggle, wiggle, wiggle. Wiggle, wiggle. Wiggle, wiggle. How do I scarf? How do I scarf? I was trying to like retrain this one. It's gonna hurt. I think scarf not having sharp lines like this is good. Oh, this one goes behind. Wait. Let me try. This one goes behind. So this one technically doesn't exist. They have a bag. Yeah, E.T. has a bag here. I love that little fingerless glove. I love fingerless glove, by the way. I used to own one when I was going to the gym. Believe it or not, I went to gym before for training of the. I was training for the lion dance thing. I was the troop leader. That's why I need to be a little bit, just a little bit muscular, not jacked, but yeah, I need to be strong. So I went to gym and I had 2 pairs of fingerless glove. And I love fingerless glove. They're great. I think they look cool. That's already past the shoulder line. I think I just need to draw the scarf out. I started going. Oh, it's going pretty good. I think this is a kind of okay looking kobold. I hope I'm not butchering it too much. So... oh, this one is this line right here. Oh, it should be. Listening to this makes me want to play Monster Hunter. I am so addicted to Monster Hunter Frontier. There's a pre-Monster Hunter Frontier G one? Is it a different one? Oh. All I hear is ambience. Oh, that's really good though. I hear the melody. I like this one. I forgot about the push up and squat. I need to do it. Alright, let me close this scarf. That's not how it works. It's supposed to be like this, right? Yeah, that's a light. So it should be like... Let me change this one as well. Scarf is tough. Here a kobold is not gonna say my name. Then I won't. Hi Tinte, Cozy RC stream, yeah. Here is not reading the chat. I will focus on the art most of the time. I will read chat. I will try not to miss too much chat. When I do art, I hardly read chat, but I still do. How would I close this one? Will it just be like this? That looks dirty. I'm not too sure how that works. That's not how that works, I think. Maybe if I just like... Scarf. Scarf. A very scuffed scarf. I'm sorry, AT, but scarf is tough. Here, just for this, I will make the scarf like... darken it. Shouldn't be using this brush to do it. It's fine, it's fine, it's fine. I don't like this as much. I like the current theme a lot more. Yeah, the morning one is pretty good. Yeah, hopefully you're feeling cozy with the stream. At first it was everywhere. Because I'm late and shit like that. The scarf. The scarf. God damn it. I'll keep it like this for now. Oh shit. Same color? Oh yeah, it is, okay. Two color purple. So another circle. Yeah. Please don't ask me why I'm doing this. I'm doing it in the real sketch layer. I'm dead. Hi, Cheesecake. Welcome, Cheesecake. How is the cutie bit? How is the cutie bean doing? Actually, I think I'll just do like the mean removal or like sharpen it. I hope the cutie bean is doing good. The value is so wrong already, wait.
Good.
You're the only cutie one here? No, I don't believe it. There's at least 2 here. One being cheesecake. There's at least 3 here. One being Salo. There's been 4, Reki, 5, Nexus, 6, ET. Wait. You know, average is a cutie. How about that? Yeah, that checks out. That checks out. Hi, Toys R Us. Already presenting the booty. Wow, is that it? Oh, it is. I'm doing good. I'm doing yip. But hope you yip well, you yipper. Yipper of some QT bean. I'm doing pretty okay. Just a little bit EP and sleepy. Just a little bit EP and tired, not EP and sleepy. Sorry. Oh, ET has a hair. Oh, hey, it's Seal. Hello. I'm EP and sleepy. Same. I'm EP and sleepy. I brought dragon. A dragon has been found. There's outbreak going on though, but hi. Welcome in, Raiders. Hi, Seal. It's been a while. I hope you are doing good. What were you playing? Oh, Dragon Ball? Oh, Kakarot is the 3D fighters, right? I don't remember. I never really played much Dragon Ball, but I hope it was fun. Thanks for the raid. I hope you are doing good. I almost typed raid. I almost typed /raid. Don't do that. Okay, there we go. Also, welcome in, Raiders. I'm Tiora. I'm a kobold. I play a bunch of games. I love finding games. I do art every Monday. Welcome. I hope you're doing good. Thanks for the raid again. If you need to take care of yourself with the post-stream care and everything, please do it. It's very important. And I'm doing the coffee donation Bleps get. Oh yeah, what is Itty's tongue? Shit, Itty's not here though. That's kinda bad. Itty's not here. I don't know what kind of tongue Itty has. It stink. Fluffle Puffle, hi. Schmoovin'. Oh hey, it's the Malo. I recognize that SCP. I ate too much beans. I still don't know why beans would cause so much gas, but hey, it's all good. I wonder if ET is on. ET is offline now. It's a fire milk. Malo recollection. Yeah, Malo was here when I was playing Power before. I recognize the name. It's the only SCP I looked at. I think it's the only SCP I will look at. I'm not good with Power stuff. It's so scary. Yep. let me message ET real quick. What kind of tongue do you have? I guess in the meantime, you can draw the other ones first. Also, I should have asked earlier, but I didn't. Wait. Not all of SCP is scary though. Aren't most of them scary? Has an adorable teddy bear and a fucking tickle monster. That's a huge jump. Tickle monster? Wasn't there like a monster where you blink and then you die, right? That's the monster like that. You blink and then you immediately get your neck snapped and shit. That's like the most classic one. Looking at that does make me want to have a tail wag emote. SCP-999, the tickle monster. I wouldn't even say most, that's a good portion. It's an orange blob? SCP-999? SCP... Oh, SCP-999 is the first such... No, I'm not lying. Look at this. I type SCP. 999 is the first thing. Really? Why is 999 the first thing? Here, let me... Really? That's cute. Oh, it is actually called the Tickle Monster. Does it just tickle? Oh, I'm so glad I'm not showing this on stream. Why is it called the Tickle Monster though? It's just a slime. There's so many... There's so many in Google Images. I mean, I get it. It's a slime. And slimes tend to have... This is also one of SCP-999. Why? Why is this a thing? To be fair, there's so much SCP at this point that the fandom has transcended godhood along with eldritch horror capable of collapsing the universe on a whim. Oh. That much? Shit. Makes you feel happy when you touch it, doesn't it? I have no idea. I have zero knowledge on SCPs. For the SCPs page, the subject's favorite activity is tickle wrestling, often by completely enveloping a person from the neck down and tickling them until asked to stop, though it does not always immediately comply with the request. Oh! Okay, that's very cute, that's very cute. It's just a slime! It's just a slime! Hi Muffin. I have skimmed ET's Discord for tongue reference. He has a few pictures with an open mouth but none of them that contain any distinct tongue. Oh yeah, ET has a Discord server, right? Let me try to skim through it as well. Hi Muffin. Welcome Muffin. Hello. Wait, didn't E.T. post... Doesn't it? What, is it gone? Uh-oh. I don't know. Hope you're doing good, Muffin. Thanks for the pet input. Look at SCP-3333, I think. Should be the literal god? 3333? SCP-333. SCP-3333. SCP Foundation. Wiki dot? Sound top fire look at entrance to SCP-3333 is located in the top right corner. What do you mean? Entrance is at the top right corner? Okay, what is this? Object class safe kete? Kete? The trapdoor leading to SCP-3333 is to remain shut and locked at all times. One operative is to remain posted under SCP-3333 at all times to prevent entry or exit. Oh. Was it just 333? Probably. This is just like the Suntop Fire lookout. Even the lookout can be SCP? Just a trap door? What's inside? The topology surrounding 333 is under the surrounding of Suntop lookout. No plant, animal, or human life has been observed. Successive 333 iterations are higher relative to the original lookout. The stairs leading up to these 333 iterations are extended by the proportional amount of allowed access to the ground. It was first discovered after restoration of the Suntop lookout following volcanic activity near Mount Rainier. Its origin are not known. No members of the Park Service involved in the restoration of the lookout were responsible for construction of the entrance to 3333. At the time of discovery, the trapdoor to 333 was padlocked. The trapdoor was forced open. No key has been found. In order to access 333, the trapdoor was forced open. No key has been found. I just came back and then I thought it was an Eddie SCP. Eddie? I don't remember the number of Jesus. Jesus is an SCP? What if I just find like Jesus SCP? Would I find it? Jesus SCP. Jesus Christ versus SCP Foundation. There's so what? SCP-5991? The buildings are all team around referring as Jesus Christ. Huh? SCP-7678 social media accounts with the username Jesus Christ. Jesus Fried Chicken SCP-3250. SCP-343 is a safe class known as God. Oh, is it this one? Heroes Wiki. Jesus Fried Chicken. It's a Jesus Fried Chicken. It's 343. Okay, okay. Well, we found it through Jesus SCP. Now, there's something to shame on you. I saw like there's like tens of thousands of SCP. Do gooder. Elias, God, the creator, the almighty, Mr. God. Wee. Thanks for the pet. Wee. He's believed to be a raceless, omnipotent being that has taken the form/appearances of the Abrahamic God. is a male, seemingly raceless, humanoid in appearance with apparent omnipotence. SCP-343 was discovered walking the streets of Prague and detained after a staff member witnessed him disappear from the streets and reappear on the rooftop. SCP-343 is detained willingly in his chamber as containment has proved impossible. Oh. Bites finger gently. Jesus fried chicken. I could cry. That's the best name ever. I'll bite your ankles. Of an old man. It is possible that this is not its true form, for because it is stated that it is a raceless being, meaning that its true form is possibly something that cannot be comprehended, but it is possible that it would take the form of some sort of cosmic entity. SCP! It's not just horror, but it has slime, it has sex, well, not sex, it has like a very sexy virus dog? Wolf? Woman? And then you have God. And then you have fried chicken somehow. What is SCP? What? I'll stop asking because SCP is everything apparently. A stable relationship with the Foundation. So does the Foundation also. However, it is unknown whether because the Foundation didn't want to expose their heartless action in front of it due to worrying and having a fear of being destroyed or erased for existence by SCP-343. SCP-343 also doesn't seem to have a big urge with the Foundation. 187. Young woman contained by the SCP Foundation with the ability to see into the future. So SCP is also a woman. Yeah, she's everything, I guess. Oh. A small 8-year-old girl with the ability to alter reality to match her expectations. If she can see it, she can change it. Her reality warping powers has been shown to be among the most powerful in the hyperverse of the SCP Foundation, and has been taught the ways by SCP-343. Oh! What the fuck? Everything is SCP? Why is SCP like cosmic entity that's able to bend reality and kill everything on a whim? You're right. Oh, mature. No. I just saw this like no. It is literally everything since everyone can make one following guidelines. So if I were to make myself an SCP, I can become an SCP. Like if I just post a picture of my cobalt right there, it's like SCP. I can become an SCP. SCP. For sure, there's gonna be 69 already. For sure, there's gonna be 69, 420, 420, 69. SCP. I want SCP. SCP-8888. 88. SCP-8888. Known as Tiora, small kobold. 106 cm, will bite ankles, but will bite ankles and will not let go. That's SCP-8888. SCP Brackus. Oh, what SCP is this? Brackus, true. They also have a vending machine that can pour you any drink you want, any. Like if I want kopi peng, I can just get it. Super cute person, maybe? Super cute Gibson? Super cute person, Becky? So SCP can be anything as long as I follow the guidelines and shit. That's kinda cool. But you have like the emphasis on any. Is it like any drink? Anything I can think of, I can get it. Oh, even okay. Yes, Kopi Peng, Liquid Death, Uranium? My own blood? Any drink? What the fuck? You can get a liquid black hole if you want to. What the fuck? Liquid black hole? They just suck everything in? Oh my god, I want that. I kinda want that vending machine. I'm curious, what's the... vending machine SCP is the first thing that came out. Google knows. SCP-294. Kopi Peng for $1.22. Euclid. No standard special containment procedures on file for item SCP-294. Only personnel of security clearance level 2 or higher are allowed to interact with it. What? It's currently being stored in the second floor personnel break room and is monitored by 2 guards of security clearance level 3 at all times. Appeared to be a standard coffee vending machine, the only noticeable difference being an entry touchpad with buttons corresponding to an English QWERTY. It's so hard. Thanks for the follow. Why am I getting milk? I want coffee. Having a keyboard on a vending machine is weird, isn't it? Upon depositing 50 cents US currency into the coin slot, the user is prompted to enter the name of any liquid using a touchpad. Upon doing so, a standard 12-ounce paper drinking cup is placed and the liquid indicator is poured. 97 initial test runs were performed, including requests for water, coffee, beer, and soda. Non-consumable liquids such as sulfuric acid, wiper fluid, and motor oil, as well as substances that do not usually exist in liquid state, such as what the fuck? Nitrogen, iron, and glass. And each one returned a success. Oh my god! That doesn't the acid melt the paper cup? Doesn't this melt the paper cup? Yeah, it's paper drinking cup. It's a fun one. Oh my god, I want this SCP. I could just type amethyst. It's amethyst. It's amethyst. I can just keep typing amethyst and I get it. Amethyst. And test runs with solid materials such as diamond have fuck. However, as it appears that SCP-294 can only deliver substances that can exist in liquid state. What? Fuck, I cannot get amethyst. It is of note that after approximately 50 uses, the machine would not respond to further requests. After a period of approximately 90 minutes, seems to have restocked itself. Also interesting to note that many caustic liquids that would have been eaten through a normal paper cup seem to have no effect on the cup's dispenser. Oh! So it doesn't melt the cup. Even the cup itself is the SCP, I guess? Testing is ongoing as suggested. SCP-294 was moved to the second floor personnel break room as a money-saving venture. Following incident 29401, guards were stationed and the item and the security clearance became necessary to interact with it. What is this? Oh, these are incidents. Oh, they did do stupid stuff and it's like Consider 294F. Oh, so even that is okay. Agent Joseph attended to use Adam book to obtain coffee during his allotted break time at 9:30 a.m. At the request of Agent to see what it would do, requested a cup of Joe from the item. Moments after confirming the selection, Agent Joseph began to sweat profusely and complained of dizziness before collapsing. After moving the unconscious agent to the infirmary, the medical team recovered the contents of the cup, dispensers blood, a combination of blood tissue. Oh! Testing revealed the DNA sequence of the biological material dispensed by. Oh my god, a cup of Joe! Oh, that's fucked up! That is absolutely fucked up. What the fuck? That is actually just so fucked up, oh my god. Oh wait, let's repeat this one. Yeah. Rip Joe. But it's Agent though. Agent Black. Okay, Agent Black made a complete recovery after 4 weeks of rest and intravenous hydration. Oh, so it's like 吊水. X-rays and CAT scans showed no further signs of injury and was released. Both agents were reprimanded. Additional security measures of SCP-294 have been recommended. A cup of Joe. Addendum. Oh hey, it's a cup. After reviewing documentation of SCP-294, suggested testing SCP-294's ability to retrieve specific liquids for a distance. Age. This is interesting. Wait, I'm supposed to do art though. Wait, okay, after this read, and then I'll do the push-ups. With overseeing of all 5, data expunge, a cup of SCP-075. Ugh. 1 meter. Level 4 corrosion resistant container. What even is this? Is this like a? Oh, it's claw. Are you like sounds so little 6-headed snail with claws? Resembles a large snail 20 cm in length. Huh. Muscular foot resembling a 6-fingered clawed hand. Exceptionally heavy with a mass of extraordinary. About a ton! Probably that's not understood. Dissection is the only known means of containing. Desiccation, sorry. Enter a dormant state when nearly completely dry. Oh. SCP is very interesting. There's a lot of hidden gems along with the universally known and pure memes. Pure memes? I'm interested. If I remember correctly, that's just a kind of Ronald McDonald's and SCP. Fuck. You tell me a pencil is gonna be SCP now? Probably. Oh shit, maybe plushies are SCPs now. Fuck. Oh no. Might as well be. A cup of SCP secretion or useless input. Oh. The product was proven to be the requested liquid and the cup was able to successfully contain the material. However, the report of incident 07507 was acknowledged 2 hours after the test. A containment procedure breach has occurred exactly the same time this test was taking place. Waking SCP-075 to its active stage, it was able to secrete an amount of basic solution equal to the capacity of a coffee cup before emergency containment procedure was applied, and it was rendered passive. The liquid was not found in the post-incident investigation. Shit. Give it some extraterrestrial extraterrestrial properties. Bam! You have an elucid level pencil. If you use it, you're gonna be careful. Researchers punch in request for cup of gold. The machine dispenses a cup of molten gold. Researcher requested similar precious materials with the same result. So, oh, amethyst might not be because there's no molten amethyst. Shit. Researcher punch in from a safe range. Request for a cup of anti-water. The machine hummed briefly, then displayed out of range on entry pad. It is theorized that SCP-294 has a limited range of collection, cannot reach into alternate universes/dimensions. Oh, and it doesn't contain anti-water. Researcher Puncher requests diamond. SCP-294 briefly hummed, then displayed out of range on entry pad. And gives this result to all solid substances. As diamond is a solid crystalline form of carbon, it appears the machine will not dispense liquid carbon, as this does not result in a diamond. When colored carbon was subsequently punched in, the machine dispensed a cup of liquid carbon. SCP-294 was immune to the damaging effects of the dispensed liquid. This is so cool. Test for a range of SCP-294's capacity for retrieval has been initiated. A unique compound has been formulated, composed of undisclosed ratio of brand bleach, brand cola, MedRx powder, garam masala. The fluid was created and placed in a sealed container 25 meters away from SCP-294. When requested, the liquid was dispensed. An equal amount of the mixture was no longer present in the original container. Fuck. Researcher under observation level 4 personnel keyed in the request, the best drink I've ever had. Oh, interesting. Dispense a fluid similar in appearance to cola. The researcher identified it is a mixed drink he recalls having a bar during his bachelor party, and was convinced it was the best drink. Did not know what ingredients were in the drink besides rum and cola. Further tests are scheduled to ascertain how SCP-294 gathers information. What the fuck? It can know what that specific person's best drink is? God, I loved SCP-294! Under the same condition, Agent the best drink ever had, SCP-294 delivered a dark fluid topped with white foam, which was later identified as Vienna Lager. The cup was printed with a color picture of 5 men and 2 women drinking beer on the beach. Was one of them. In his briefing, Agent confirmed that his favorite drink ever was a Vienna Lager he consumed at the beach with his friends. It is now been confirmed that SCP-294 has the ability to directly gather information from someone's mind in order to comply with the given condition. If it can make liquid antimatter, I think reading minds is the lesser things. True. I mean, even black hole. Oh, this is so cool. Subject key, the perfect drink. Oh, this one is the perfect drink in general. How is it gonna be? The machine dispensed a cup containing an odorless lavender liquid. After drinking the liquid, subject appeared to go into shock. Subject later committed suicide. Leaving a note which read, "I'm sorry, but at this point everything is just one big letdown." Requesting such a drink again is highly discouraged. None of the components of the drink have yet been identified. Why? The perfect drink. After drinking it, committed not living. Sorry, but at this point everything is just one big letdown. Is it because once the subject drink the perfect drink, everything is not perfect anymore and everything is just a letdown to them? Which lead to this? Maybe. Oh, that's very interesting though. The subject keyed in something Cassie will like. The device was heard to hum for about 3 seconds before dispensing an empty cup. Printed on the side of the cup was the image of a traditional soda fountain glass filled with something brown and topped with whipped cream. Upon introduction to SCP-085, it was identified by her as a chocolate banana milkshake and judged delicious. Oh, safe. Research experiment conduct between. Oh. Whoa. Okay. A researcher keyed in request for a cup of music. Kobo is big braining. You can see Kobo expand. Oh, Kobo is expanding, alright. Kobo expanding like this? Nah, I don't. And Kobo become big. That's not expanding, that's... this one. Researcher keyed in request for a cup of music. SCP-294 produced a clear, sparkling liquid that tasted milk. Fluid that tasted vaguely alcoholic. Following ingestion, subject reported milk, feeling and not hearing, a continuous rhythm, and demonstrated the ability to move and even dance with a certain fluidity that he had not previously shown. Testing on other abstract concepts is to continue. What? Did you pilot the dragon? Not yet. I haven't piloted the dragon yet. I was still thinking about the kobold cat thing. You almost got it. So a cup of music will make someone have the ability to have good musical connotation? Feeling and not hearing. Oh, are they blind now? Oh wait, no. Feeling and not hearing a continuous rhythm. Oh, that's what it meant. Okay. They're fine. During a mass security breach, Agent Bleps. I might get Seal Kobold K just so I can join. Hey, Kobold K is great. I'm still thinking about it. I don't know if I'll do it anytime soon, but I'll see when I can do it. When I feel like I can do it, I'll definitely announce it on Discord. Only people in the Discord with certain role can join. Let's just keep it that way. Requested a cup of pertinent medical knowledge while taking shelter inside the second floor break room. Of the 4 agents in the room, Agent Bleps was the only one who was not injured. SCP-294 poured a cup of clear green liquid. Following the ingestion of this substance, Agent Bleps began mending the other agent's wound in a manner consistent with Foundation medical training. Agent Bleps no longer has the medical training that the liquid provided, and other attempts to recreate the effect have failed. The agent has speculated that this event was an emergency measure taken by object to ensure self-preservation. Oh. Dr. Bleps requested my life story from SCP-294. It made humming noises and shook violently for approximately 3 minutes before providing a highly viscous, opaque black liquid. Upon consumption, Dr. Bleps reported that he remembered everything that had ever happened to him. Following this test, Dr. Bleps entered his office and returned 48 hours later with a 538 page of autobiography. Oh my god. So my life story doesn't tell the future, but everything that has happened, you will remember them. That's cool. Researcher produced requests consisting solely of the face surprised me. Device produced an opaque cup containing normal water, later determined to have been heated to approximately 200 degrees Celsius. Upon receiving vibration from transport, the contents of the cup turn into steam, violently spraying boiling water in a 2-meter radius. That's death! What the fuck? Surprise me is death? Researchers produce a request for a blood of Christ. SCP-294 vibrated and produced a message. Hic est enim calix sanguinis me. Then produced a paper drinking cup containing approximately 0.12 liters of red grape wine. What does this mean? Oh, it's Latin. For this is my blood, and then it's a grape wine. A red grape wine. Hic est enim calix sanguinis mei. Hic est enim calix sanguinis mei. Sanguinis mei. It was close. What's it mean? Oh, you mean the Latin? Well, I just found it. For it is my blood, it says. Produce a paper drinking cup containing approximately 0.12 liters of red grape wine. Researchers produced requests for a cup of Smilodon blood. At any time. Sorry about the ad still. Smilodon blood. Cup of passenger pigeon blood and cup of Thomas Jefferson's blood, and received 3 out of range error. What? Why? What's a Smilodon? Oh, it's a saber-toothed cat. Oh, so saber-toothed cat blood, passenger pigeon's blood, and Thomas Jefferson's blood. 3 out of range error. Oh, question. There is an SCP game out there, right? Is there SCP-294 in the game? That would be interesting though. A D-class personnel with IQ of 99 and low curiosity scores was given written instructions about what to request. The D-class personnel produced a request for blood of Canis lupus and received a cup of liquid substance subsequently identified as wolf blood. The D-class personnel next produced a request for saliva of Equus ferus calibus, Caballus. Isn't this horse saliva? Question mark. And receive a cup of liquid subsequently identified as horse saliva. The D-class personnel next produced a request for urine of Vasculactos senilus and receive a cup of liquid subsequently identified as koala piss. Okay. The D-class personnel next produced a request for cerebrospinal fluid of Phoberomys pattersoni. What the fuck? And receive a cup of liquid currently undergoing analysis. It is to be noted that Phoberomys pattersoni went extinct during the late Miocene epoch, approximately 8 million years ago. Oh my god, what the fuck? This thing can go back in time and get the things back when... Okay. In containment breach? Oh, I can play with the vending machine? Dr. King produced requests for a cup of room temperature superconductor. It received a cup of apple juice with seeds floating in it. What? Why? Dr. Manchu produced requests for a cup of D151839's leukemia and received a cup of fluid. The fluid was microscopically examined and found to contain leukemic blood cells, which were a genetic match to... Oh my god! A second request for a cup of the leukemia resulted in our range error. Was subsequently found to be free of leukemia. However, within 15 days, the leukemia had recurred. Holy shit! It can cure my diabetes? Can't just be like a cup of this specific person's illness and then it will come out in liquid form. Because evidently from the first agent thing, a cup of Joe, from this, right? From this, it means that it is actually extracting something from Joseph after saying that it wants a cup of Joe, and then it's just all blood tissue and shit and all other bodily fluids. So if I say some sort of a specific person's illness or specific person's something, it will become a liquid form of that. I love the vending machine though, it's so cool, but also very fucking scary if used badly. What? Hello, broken demo disc. Hello. Batira, Imagine. I have small brain though. I can try. Of course, I'm gonna do it. But of course I'll do it. No, I will do it in a heartbeat. I mean, what? I'm deleting this. I'm deleting this VOD. This VOD doesn't exist. This VOD doesn't exist. Anyway, a cup of dragon. A cup of dragon. I guess in the meantime I can try to do merps. A cup of demo. A cup of demo. A cup of dragon. Oh, is demo dragon? Oh yeah, if this I need to rip Shork. Oh, Shork. And Shulk is pretty cute. Okay, how would I add this? I feel if I want to do a waist up, 500 times 500 is a bad idea. You know what I mean? Let's do like a proper... Why am I gone? Oh, I pressed 8. Of course, 8 is height. Okay, I'm back. Important. Oh, it's a very small. Oh, it's 500 times 500 only. Hmm. I mean, this is easy work, I guess. Here, give me a second. I need this color. And then I need this color. I think it's this one. Yeah, it's this one. Just make it the biggest. Uh-oh. Oh. It's lagging. Uh-oh. Okay, we have this. And now we need to have... I need to bring Merp's art. Like... Probably not the color. I need to do the sketch out first. So let's get this one. I'm only doing half body, so yeah. Let me get Merp's image again. I think I can do something according to this one. I can draw a hoodie out. Insert as reference image. Oh yeah, I need to do the push-up thing. I forgot. Here, let me do it before I forget about it. I will not forget about it. I will remember. If I do something exactly like this, would it be... I hope it's not me tracing. But it's pretty similar. I'm gonna add the hoodie to it. I hope Merp doesn't mind. I'm gonna do recording something like this. Gonna have to call it a night. Take care. Take care, Radar. Also, I'm gonna do your redeem now. I'm sorry. I didn't forget. I didn't forget. Also, have a good sleep, Radar. Yeah. I'm... Oh, hi, numbers. Welcome. Welcome, welcome. I'm just doing this right now. I hope you're doing good. Okay. I'm okay. And do the little finger, hey? I did catch my breath. I did trace for color study though. Complex body pose I can't do yet. That's fair. Well, I didn't... I didn't trace this one. I'm just trying to do at the hoodie in. So I'm probably gonna do similar to something like this. And I hope Merp doesn't mind. I'm okay. I'm okay. What? I don't know why just doing that is enough to make me feel tired. You sound out of breath? Well, yeah. I'm not very athletic. You're right. I should drink a little bit. My own shape breaks me down to a point of panting quite often. I saw. I saw last night someone was spamming all the workout thing. I was like, oh no. That's a lot of workout. And Salo is strong. Okay, how would I... I think I just do like... Because neck is around this part, right? It happened quite often. Actually, it happened to me a lot of times as well back then, before I changed the redeem to this one. I think the redeem has cooldown now, question mark? Yeah, it used to not have cooldowns at all, I remember. And then someone spamming is like, oh no no no. Oh no. Maybe bad idea. I'll try to do a little sketch of this one. Gonna figure out if I want to use a workout mic so people can hear me properly. They get all the fun noises. Like workout noises. I always feel ashamed like letting people hear my... That's why I tend to like either mute my mic or just like be very quiet when I do the workout. And that's me though. Hmm. I never do this before. I only do full body model, but not really draw a full body thing. I feel like I'm the rare case of working backwards. What would the structure be? It's making me want to play Monster Hunter, but no, I need to at least and sort of finish structuring out what Merp looks like, which I think is a little bit wrong. I need to beat this a little bit. How do I want Merp to pose? I mean, this one Merp is holding a gaming controller. The structure is something like this, right? That's the body. I'm not too sure what the pose would be. For you know what? I need some guidance. But Blender? It never took that long to open up though. Is it this one? Yeah, it is. Do you have the blend shape? Do I have the blend shape? Yeah, I do. So let's say blend like this. And we're doing waist up, right? I didn't even change the color here. How would I want it to be? Oh. I would think of like a hand backwards one, you know what I mean? Sorry, shoulder should not be this down. Shoulder should just move down a little bit. You know, like you're relaxing your shoulder. What's behind a little bit? I should be local. You know, like the goes backward. Not Naruto though. this looks like Naruto run, but it's not. Head forward, no. Neck forward, no. Is it chest forward? Actually, this is just Naruto run. Don't worry about it. Look, I don't know what kind of post I want to give Merp though. If I want to do it. Also, don't mind this one. This one is like the blend shape that I haven't fixed yet. But I fixed it here. Look at that. The model itself has been fixed, so it's all good. I think this one is like the older version. No, I think it's neck forward. If I try to do it, it's neck forward, but head doesn't go down though. You know what I mean? And then do the flap, it would be like well, not blinking like that, but you know, like the mischievous kind of flap, where you go in front. I mean, the body should be in front, like bent forward. It's definitely not Naruto Run though. This one, all things considered, this one looks like Naruto Run. I get it. But I cannot change the expression now. Well, I'm not changing the expression because it's just like a normal blab. Okay, what if not mischievous kind of blab? What would it be? Can I do like the classic theories of trying? Sorry, select everything. I can do the very Asian classic thing where broken elbow because I didn't fix it. It's not that I did fix it. Usually there will be two bones right there, but I didn't learn that back then, so that's why I didn't do it. So if I do like a very, you see that? If I do a very elbow movement, that happens. But it's all good. I do a very Asian thing. The piece. The piece. The A. Yatta. I'm Chun Lei. And that kind of thing. I could do a yatta, right? More E. a bit of a A. What's sad? Oh, that's very sad though. The very basic yata piece. This is a very classic piece. But because my paws are that small, can I do it? No thumb, right? So it will be this and this. Yeah, yata. Why don't I just do the piece? So this one would be a little bit different. This one doesn't go like this anymore. So you'd start from here. Right. But I feel like cobalt hand is not that long. This is what I get for not finding reference. When should I be finding reference? Yeah. Do I want to find it? No, not now anyway. This is toxic behavior. Please don't be like me when you're doing art. Find reference, do it well. Don't be like me. Thank you very much. This is very awkward now. Look at that. Yeah, it's very awkward. Why would the circular motion do that? Oh, this one. Oh, I really hate doing hand. It's also part of the reason why I'm doing 3D model instead of doing art like this. Fuck. Or it backhand piece. Isn't that a little bit tough? Or like tough as in it hurts the hand? You mean like a backhand piece as in instead of front facing, should be back facing? Oh, it's shift, I forgot. If back facing, it should be facing not like that. That looks very awkward though if I want to do it. It's like... Okay, you get up. Face... not like that. That looks painful. Oh, my shoulder goes inwards, really? Shit, I'm doing it on my own. I'm trying to figure out. Yeah, my body goes inwards though. That's kind of weird. So inwards, and then this. This is why the 3D space is so fascinating, huh? Okay, yeah, no, but I'm not too sure what you mean by backhand piece. Maybe that's what you meant, the backhand one. Oh, Merp doesn't have claw. It's just like Figgies with no claws. Love and no peace. Oh my god, the image is so small, really? Tools. Size. Large. Oh, it's in .avif. What the fuck is that? Can I change it to something else? Rename to .jpeg. Yes. Nope, doesn't work. Okay. What kind of file is that? Yeah, this one is not JPEG. This works. Let's go reference baby. I'm probably gonna need a full hand reference though because this one looks awkward. Here. Let me find another one. Oh, that's why. Give me this picture. Just screw that hand on exactly it. Worry. I worry. You mean like pulling the reference picture here? Where's the pin? This one. Pull it here. If I ooh wait, but it's hacking human thingies though. Oh wait, no, I got it wrong. I'm sorry, wait, give me a second. Get rid of this line. No, get rid of this line. Because now Merp looks like there's no weight in it. So I hope you're doing good, Fori. I want to add this. Let me put in the thing. This will help me better understand how fucking hands work. See, I want to do something like this. So from katia, 然后手的下面，手这边顶着手的后面，我这样起来的时候，我这样，这个手会顶到，前面的话，然后，手在前面。前面的手在前面，这个是手的下面啊，手的下面。哦，它往这边，哦，对，它往这边，然后就手。It's been a long time since I last do something like this, so please don't mind me speaking Chinese. This one, okay. Let me try. This one is not like this. Because I need this one. So it's actually, I would say here, it's like the elbow area. This one goes down quite a bit. Focus on little finger and thumb lines till elbow, that's in. Thick cobble hands. Have you done any coloring today? Not yet. Have not. I'm done with ED. Well, not done. I need to wait for ED to like reply with the tongue thing before I can know what kind of tongue to give ED. And now I'm doing Merp because Merp wants a half body waist up, so that's why I'm here doing this one. So I'm figuring out poses as well. And after Merp's one, I'll start to do the coloring for you and Braggy. On little finger and thumb. How long would it be? Here? Is it too long? Because this one definitely goes here. Structure. Structure. Wait, that's broken hand though. It doesn't block that much on here, I feel like. Because this one is here, this one is here, so it doesn't block that much. You know what I mean? Wait, let me look at more pictures real quick. Give me a second. all my perspective and concept art studies, I gave them back to my lecturer. That peace and sign would need to be flipped to make it right hand. Yeah. Is that left hand? Oh, that's left hand. And then this one. 正面的前面是反方向，左边是右边，右边是左边。This one is left hand, this one is right. No, this one is right hand, this one is left hand. 所以反方向的话，哦，I'll change it. Can I transform this one? Why not? Let me try to use basic shape to draw it out. If I were to use basic shape. Oh, the ball is here then. Just put the ball here. And then we connect here. And this one overlaps, right? Something like that. Looks very 草率 though. Give me a second. So, based off of that, not that much. A merp is looking kind of thick though. But I guess more or less this is kind of like it, right? Art is hard. I would much prefer making it 3D. It's easier to notice the wrong of things. Easier. There we go. Ah. Art is tough. Another step is accept the logic. Sometimes logic is weird, right? Like, perspective makes it weird, but it's actually how it works. I think that's what you meant. Unless I'm wrong again, then I'm sorry for assuming. Let me get this one then. Just gonna, I don't want things to look too messy, so let me get rid of this. That works. Also, I don't want too much layers, so that's why I'm doing this. Oh, okay. Peace hand sign, so starting from this part right here. I want to give up. Oh my god. Oh wait. Give me a second. Oh, I wish I can just do like... You know what I mean? No, don't do it. Don't be like that. Don't give up. Don't give up, please. It's fine. It sure looks like that though. You know what I mean? Look at this. So I could do like just tracing this motion down, or like tracing this structure down, and then simplify it. It looks like Merp has 4 fingies as well. So only 1 fingy here? Because I have 4. I have 4 fingies. This is how I do peace. But because I'm too much of a babber, the bab is too much. So this is my piece. Kind of. So this one here, I think this one 1 fingy here, and then 2 fingies. Left and right. Just gonna... flattened 3D rectangle that I think is usually. Been lurking, feeling a bit sad, so I'm gonna lurk here. Alright. Thanks for the lurk. I do hope you recover from whatever it is. Rectangle would be the palm. Oh, right, I remember! The fan shape, right? The fan shape as like the palm. Something like, well, this too. Yeah, I mean, yeah, something like that, right? Like this is the palm shape, and then we have something like this, right? Oh, wait, I remember using that shape as well. Let me try. I think kobolds don't have big palms, so... Oh. Don't give up. It's fine. Don't give It starts from here, but only for a little bit. Watch out for the thumb. Merp has no... Merp has thumb. Merp has thumb. Thumb is here, right? Can I just be like... I thought 3D space fingers are difficult. The 2D space fingers are even more difficult. What fuck? Here, let me flex for a little bit, okay? Weird flex, but okay. Oh my god, I'm getting licked by kobold. Those are some licks though. Render fast. Load tool. Let me go find my thing. I think it's in here. Yeah. And then is it sus? No, it's not sus. I forgot which one is it. This one. Oh, there's so many. This is what I get for naming things in such a weird manner. Oh, is it this one? I think it is. Yeah, there it is. I found it. This one I made like a proper fingers, I guess. Well, proper. It is as proper as it gets. Like 3D space fingers are slightly easier to understand. Slightly easier to understand because, well, you know, 3D space. But this one, hey, actually I pause. This one is my Draken. The model that I haven't been using because I messed up a lot of things. Something in your DMs? Okay. I name my files of the button mesh names. Ooh, spicy. But yeah, see, I know how fingers work. Oh, I'm sorry. Nah.
hello.
Don't know why I was suddenly suddenly fucking hiccup. Animas big. Hey, thanks for the follow. But yeah, I know how fingers work, but I don't know how fingers work in 2D. What the fuck? It's hard. It's just difficult. I'm looking at your DM in case you need help with peaceful. Yo, I can just do that. It's easier. Lend me the pictures, Salo. Thank you. Lend me your powers. Thank you, Salo. Look at that. That's how peace works. Look at that. I can just do this. Yeah, see? 4 fingers. I think Merp, judging from here, also has 4 fingers. Simplified, right? Simplified. Yeah, that's really cute. Actually, get out. Get out. It goes in here, not that much, just a little bit. That was good. Like this. And then it goes up a little bit here. I'm gonna cry. I'm lazy. Hi, Mafra. Welcome. Hope you're doing good. Hard. It's hard. Wait, no. How about if I make a layer based off this. Draw this out. I just do this. Chill. I'm gonna get judged so hard. Fuck. I don't know how fingies work. Cool. That doesn't look right. This one. What if? Maybe? What if? No. 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 Yes? No. 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 The fingers that do cone-like, they should look like pointy sausages. Oh, pointy sausages? Maybe they're a bit too short. Yeah, most likely. What if I... Okay, wait. Get rid of this shit. And get out too. What if... What if... Just... What if... I... do this? You know, like a guideline. I can do like this. Can I just make it like this? It's like a power plug. I'm sorry, Merp. Is your OC's fingers? Oh, it's not my OC. This one is Merp. This one be Merp the cupboard. Look at that. Look at that button. Merp is great. What if I... Oh my god, fingies! That's not how fingers work. Oh, hi, it's Merp. Oh god, Merp, no, Merp, don't look. Don't look. I'm destroying your fingies. Even this one is really hard to remake. Oh no. Hi, Merp. Hi, Merp, I'm sorry, Merp. Oh, Merp, What I want to ask again. Oh, shit. Oh, Merp, you have 4 fingers, right? You have 4 fingers instead of 5? According to this one? Yep. Looks like 4 fingies.真他妈我不知道手指要怎样画。Oh, can it be like... That's fingers, right? I want to throw something. I want to throw something. I cannot recall when was the last time I get so worked up over drawing something. I think it was during my university years. It was during concept art. It was during concept art times. And then my teacher and my lecturer is like, 你不用手指是吗? It's like, yeah, I don't know how to draw fingers. But hey, I promise. Okay, I, believe it or not, graduated from a game dev. I used to be a game dev, but that's besides the point. But I did do concept art back then. Let me find it. Yippin'? Why yippin'? Making thingies on this emote. Oh, you want to make it into an emote? Oh shit, I make it into like a... I made it into this shape. You know, I can cut it out. It's okay. I'll make it work. Don't worry. I want to make like a little piece because I closed the blender. I was thinking what kind of pose I want to make it because I think just adding a body there is a little bit too bland. I want to add something. Oh no! Oh god! Give me a second. I want to show something because I draw before. I know how to draw. Look at this shit. My concept art class. Alright, I know how to draw. Look at Mitsuka Toshitori. I don't know what the name is, but holy hell, I honestly I just told my lecturer, it's like, hey lecturer, can I draw some dragons? Like, no, you must draw a human. And then I would be like, what if I fucking draw a human that can communicate with dragons? This is what I got. I was like, yeah, sure, okay, that works. I know how to draw. God damn it, I know how to draw. But it's so hard though. And then I have a fake mon here as well. But this one is kind of funny. The color scheme is not right. I tried. Point is, I draw before. Oh, hi, Ixon. You must draw humans, draw insanely amazing dragon and stick figure person. I was about to do that. I was honestly about to do that, and the lecturer is like, wait, fuck you, donut. He's like, okay, I get it. I love my lecturers, they're great. What happened to the carp? Which carp? I assume carp is kobold. Yes, but which one? This one? Merp cute. But I'm sort of destroying Merp right now, I'm sorry. Please don't hate me for it. I'm trying my best. I want to make it work, I really do. I want to give Merp a love and a peace. So I give him like a piece. You know, piece. No. Peace. Oh my god, trying to put down... Oh, sun is shining directly on my face, is it? Why is my face not getting recognized? It's a French shape. Why does it not look right? This is right hand, right? 左边的正对面是右边，右边的正对面是左边。所以如果我面对面的话，左边是右边，右边是左边。左边是右边，右边是左边。This one is right hand. Okay. I'm okay. The demons tell me to draw a human, but I was born to draw feet. I mean, hey, I respect that. I respect the hustle. Gonna make it work sometimes, huh? The demons. Yeah, the demons tell people to draw humans. Just draw dragons. I need more dragons. God damn it. I actually only wanted the red hoodie to be added, but you being absolute treasure, just try to make it even better. Did I try to make it better though? I'm sorry. I'll try my best. Oh shit, my chain's breaking. I'm alright, I promise. It's fine. Nothing is wrong. It's fine. Don't worry, it's okay. Look, this is part of the art procedure, alright? Me having me having existential. I don't think this is existential crisis. It's just more like, I don't know. I don't know. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Just don't panic. Draw it out. Lay out, baby. Lay out. It's fine. It's fine. Just draw it out. Just draw it out. It's fine. It's alright. Oh, cool. Murder claws. Lurk, gonna eat some food. Okay. Have good food, Nexus. Thanks for the lurk. I actually want to make it better. I honestly do, but I don't know if I am. Hands too small, I think. Wait, You're right. Let me try making it bigger. Ah, I'm glad I draw in another layer. Oh my god. Oh, praise the layer. No, I'm sorry, I'm joking. But I want to make it just a little bit bigger. Maybe a little bit more. Someone named Doodle Little Finger. Doodle Little Finger, no such stuff. I trust Doodle Little Finger because of the name, 100%. And I'm doodling fingers, and I definitely need some guidance. And Doodle Little Finger, I trust. In Doodle Little Finger, I trust because of the name. I don't know. I don't know. I think this is kind of big enough, question mark. Maybe just a tad bit bigger. Just a tad bit bigger. And then I'll like cover this one up. Just a little bit bigger. Yeah, just a little bit bigger. I'm scared. Like, I feel like I'm bound to mess this up. If I add this, that looks like Mr. Crab. I need to shut the fuck up. Do the little finger for president, yeah. And get that president, so that we can teach more fingies. Maybe treat the fingers like legs. A slight spread is always nice and natural. A slight spread? Oh, between these two? Oh! 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 I'm sorry, I'm already in orangutan mode already. I am in pure monkey mode. Okay, I'm the kobold you guys know is gone. And now it's just monkey. I see it. Yeah, I see it. And Salo is such a genius. Like, Salo found this picture as well. And then here I am trying to follow these guidelines. They help, not gonna lie, they do help. They helped me go through this one and I got it. And they just Fingy's problem. I promised everyone monkey is okay. I'm not Kobo anymore. You got this, I trust you. I'll try my best. Fingers are different when there are only 4. True. Because when you have 5, it's hard for them to... Yeah, 1 is straight, 1 goes out if I do this. Where's the camera facing? I swear my artistic ideas aren't from After Dark experiences. It looks and sounds like it is, which I don't mind. I seen this stuff this morning. I was very happy. I was a very happy Kobo this morning. I open up Discord and I see so many stuff. It's like, happy Kobo noises. Why am I talking about these now? No, it's fine. They have this line, right? I will apologize in advance, Merv, if I butcher your character in any way. Oh, I'm okay. I swear I'm okay. Let me try to remove... Is this fingies? I feel like I add a little bit of spike to it. I mean, it is still kobold. Yeah, just a little bit of spike to it, so... There you go. This is technically out of my comfort zone, and I think it's always good to tackle my own non-comfort zone. I think it's good. I'm sorry. We have to do a lurky smirky. Okay, have good lurk, Merc. Have good lurk. Thank you. Don't worry, I trust you. I'll still try my best. I'll still try my best. I'll definitely try my best. It's like an oversized hoodie as well. Because kobolds are small. If it's oversized hoodie, then it should be like covering up here. No? and then follow this line. And since this is clothing, I think just a little bit of is good. Ah, fuck. Oh, why is there residue? You could alter the muscle to straight lines. Which one, sorry? Is it here? I mean, if you talk about muscle, I would assume it's that one. Like this one, right? Like Johnny Bravo. In the meantime, let me clean this one up. Because I need to merge the layers. So that I don't get too much. Ah, fuck. Fuck. How would the other hand looks like? If the other hand is just gonna be idle, so this is like here. Sorry, shoulder hand starts here. Idle hands would just go down. I think if I just draw a hand that goes down from here, it should be fine. Yeah, resting. You know, just go down. Like that one hand. See that? That's my hand. I'm resting. What I'm thinking is I think this part, I think Merp is a little bit too. I want Merp to be a little bit chunky like this one. You know what I mean? This one it feels like the back is gone. So what I want to do is I'm gonna actually get all these parts right here. Get it. It's not empty there. Oops. is a little bit chunkier. Yeah, I want to be a little bit chunkier. Like this one. Look at that. It's kind of cute. Consider it as the... Consider that as the hoodie very chunky for kobold. Like big hoodie for kobold. Longer lines? No, I realized I made a mistake here. I'll try to keep it like a square because Merp wants it as an emote, like a square. So that's why I'm not trying to make it long. There's no need to make it that clean. I'm gonna make another layer and redraw all these anyway. Yeah, there's no need to make it that clean. It's fine. About this. Then hands here, right? Hands here just go straight down, so... I should resize the canvas. You know what? Let me save this real quick. And then what I want to do... 720 works, right? 720. So like this. It looks like the head is way bigger than the whole body. So I'm gonna make the body like longer. Okay, a little bit longer. Once I merge all the layer, I can do that. Or actually I can just merge it now and see how it looks like. I can always go back to the save. Yeah, that looks slightly better. That looks slightly better. At least it doesn't look like Merp hasn't eaten anything for a while. Like, it may be just a little bit more, I guess. Not too much, not too much. But yeah, this looks like Merp is actually having food and not hungry. I'll fix this one. So... maybe? This one looks a little bit awkward. Ooh. I'll extend the line until like it's like here, ending. It looks awkward because of the line of the arm. Oh, is it too bright? My camera is not even working anymore. Give me a second. For the left arm. Oh, this one? I don't know how to make it not look awkward though. Any ideas? Any ideas would help? Do I make it this one closer to the back? No. It's oh, it's because this one is parallel, question mark? A pet to soothe my soul, thank you. Thinking it's the inner line, it's too narrow. This one? Here. I can always change it. There's no defining shoulder. How would I define shoulder inside a hoodie? Yeah, that's a good point. There's no defining shoulder. That's why it looks like just lanky arm. Shit. Because if I want to... Shoulder should be around here, right? But then if I were to erase this guideline... It's fine, I want to throw something. I think merge the line with hoodie, like this line here merge with this one. Oh, sorry, not that tall, sorry, but so that means that I just draw this one out. Like this one is shown, this one is like hidden. Just make a few stick points if need be. Stick points? But it's a hoodie though. The other one? How can this one merge with the hoodie? I might be asking you something that's very stupid right now, but I guess I'm learning. Like, as in, don't draw it out? That is tough. Always has been. Always has been. I'm trying to look from far away. Even looking from far away is just kinda... It's kind of a weird placement. Yeah, you're right. There's no defining shoulder. But how do I make it define a shoulder with all these? Right front of Merp, there's a bit of a scrunkle. Oh, you mean this one? And the shoulders are slightly rotated forward. Isn't this a defining line, sort of? At least for the hoodie. Like the hoodie is folded inwards. Oh, this thinking is making me hungry. No way! I have only been here for 3.5 hours. Oh, it's like shoulder. This is the armpit. This is the shoulder out. And then how does it define that? Shoulder. His shoulders are slightly rotated forward. He's leaning forward so the cloth will hug his outer arm. And there's a little extra fluff room in the inner arm. Extra fluff room in the inner arm. So that part, the bend you like a the outer line reaches some higher than the inner line. And the accented line that's not so black line goes where his armpit is. It's hard to define define the armpit and shoulder and stuff with just lines. Let me just. There should be a way. There has to be a way that I can do it. This line is hurting me. Okay. Do I know the way? Probably not. Don't do that, just go straight down. Art is tough. The 3D modeling is easier. Shit. Also, you're working on a flat line art. Shading helps things pop a lot. But it won't always look correct at first. Really? But this one is like... This one is like too much. What's also tripping out is the matter of perspective. It's looking at this way. Essentially, it's... So that's why this part is blocked. And this line is longer. The shoulder is here being blocked, something like that. This one is technically closer to you, so it should be a bit bigger, thicker. Oh, that's a good point. Let me try. Muscular merp. It's... No. That's better, is it? Oh. It is a little bit pleasing to the eye. It doesn't make me feel like I want to punch something anymore. That's how I realize something is wrong. That when I look at something, when it's not right, it makes me want to punch something. it gives me the feeling of... Sorry. A feeling of... something's not right. That kind of feeling. I don't know. Just I want to punch things. But yeah, it does. But I feel like something. Maybe just do this. Don't do like just like this, but not this. And then this one spins a little bit. Because hoodie is supposed to be kind of big, isn't it? Maybe crop the inner line and push it to the left by $1 or $2. Let's hit the wall. Let's not. I still... Look, I hate doing this, but at the same time, I enjoy learning. I don't want to hit the wall yet. Say T, which is left. Are you telling me that I'm supposed to move this and not this? Oh. Dogorex, hi. Welcome to me suffering. Welcome in. Welcome. How you doing? How you doing? That's right, I'm a little unstable. Oh, Cobalt Core, hi! Cobalt Core, wow, it's a Cobalt game. It Cobalt Core. How was Cobalt Core? Thanks for the raid. Appreciate. Oh, Game of Dragon? Nice. Invalid username? Are you... Oh, I typed in raid. Wow, shit. Oh, hi, E.T. Welcome. Just woke up? Nice. Hopefully you slept well. Also, welcome in Raiders. Hope you are doing good. I'm Tiara. I'm a kobold. Might be monkey right now because I have no idea what I'm doing. Also, I love I love video games. I love fighting games. I do art every Monday. Hope you are doing good. Tiara might be returning to monkey. Yeah. I was talking about the inner line. The outer line is fine. Oh, okay. Hi, Paradox. I almost missed it. Hope you're doing good. Welcome in. If you need something to hit, you can always hit me. I'll just squish you, Salo. I'm not gonna hit you. Maybe make the V hands sleeve a bit baggier. It looks a bit tight. You mean this one, right? So this one a little bit more baggier. I can do that. You're right. It's supposed to be a hoodie. It's not supposed to be. It's not supposed to be pure muscle. Yeah, you're right. So baggy. How do I make it? Oh yeah. Also, I hope you had fun with Cobalt Core. Thanks for the raid. Cobalt really appreciated. On the wrist? Oh! Doodle over? Huh? Can instantly do that by making the bottom line more horizontal as well. Oh yeah, Iti. Oh, Iti replied. Just like normal, so... oh yeah, I forgot to mention. Normal tongue, right? So, like... this tongue. Like this tongue for E.T. Because I do have E.T. here. It's not the best, but I'm still kind of... And now that I look at it, the scarf is sort of merging with the neck. I'm gonna change it afterwards. I'll fix it. Yes? Okay. As for around the sleeve, just add a little heel lumps. Erase the baseline to make the hum look smooth and baggy. Eat me up. It is E.T. E.T. is cute. I like E.T. I messed up a little bit here. I think it's the... something. It's something. I never scarfed before, so I need to change this. The scarf is not looking good. Oh shit. Baseline to make the hum look smooth and baggy on the wrist. So this one. Learning is part of the process, true. It's always so embarrassing though when I don't do anything right. Make it look baggy. And crisis. It's part of the package. Existential crisis. Reference. Cloth line. Do we call it cloth line? Whoa, this is exactly what I need. Look at this, I found this picture. Oh shit. Oh my god. You'll be embarrassed at doing great. Thank you. But still, looky here. While we eat the thing. All right, the turning part also has something like this. And then there's also this, look at that. Oh, this one's crazy though. The thickness of fabric, right? Ooh, look at that. It's such a different feeling, holy shit. When they say lines tell stories, they do. I mean, Merp is small, right? So, in theory, it should be like this. Right? Dude, if it's like a big... Look at that, it's very baggy. Yeah, it should be like this. So, crazy. I'm gonna do this. Sorry for putting Merp in a super large hoodie. No, it's all good. It's all good. I think it makes Merp very cute. Don't be sorry about it. I need to learn things as well. It's okay. Yeah, good thing about baggy hoodies is that lines should always be simple. I used to watch this Twitter account that posted art tips, and the ones that close always seem so crazy. Ooh. Imagine wearing clothes, yeah. Look at that, all my goddamn characters are fucking naked. Who wear clothes? Just be naked, it's okay. Just be naked, it's fine. Learning how to make the folds and bags look natural is a lot. It's just looking at this makes me feel like, oh god. Toonie triangle. Like the basic shape of bags should be toonie triangle. Like not a regular triangle, but gonna be respectable, only wear scarf. You know what, true. The scarf is very adorable. Look at that. I love so small. Don't look at this scarf though, I messed it up. My hands are very itchy. I'm shedding. My sunburn is shedding. Okay, let me see. It looks like it's boom boom, a lot of boom boom. And up here is like a lot of C lines here. C line, circular line. Go on here. I hear that one bandana scarf gang. Yeah, oh yeah, Salmo has a scarf as well. I use my fur, look at that. I use fur to cover the things. Oh. Maybe not that much. Start somewhere. Doesn't feel good. The line should be a little bit more. It should be downwards, but this is too sharp. Clothes are not sharp. Come on. Fuck. I want to stay up and watch, but it's 5 a.m. for me right now. Oh my god, hello, sleeper. Need to be responsible and sleeper. Responsible. Although I get it, kobolds and responsible is not good together. But responsible is also very important. It's 5 already? Oh my god, you're right, it's 5! Oh my god. I was struggling too much. Yeah, let me look at it again. Oh, I know, it's like... I think this one is a little bit awkward. This one. Should be more... sideways, I think. Let me add one more. I think that after my stream I'm still very much awake, but work is gonna make me sleep. It's okay, I hate working as well. It sucks standing at the cashier and then have to face people. It's scary. Actually, this one is pretty good. That's a good start. I get a few more lines here. Yep. Put some time into it. Yep. Put some time into it. Learn how to do this. Okay. Don't panic. That looks weird. It should be like this. I've been smooched. Hi Dex. Yep. How can I ever hate my job? I get to rub people for a living and I enjoy making people feel nice and comfortable. I'm gonna go find you. I'm gonna go find you. Get a massage of my own. I never did massage before. Oh, I see. Okay. So it's not supposed to be like this. At least line-wise. I go for the design of the left hoodie. But I like the right one though. It shows that Merp is actually having an oversized hoodie. and Merp is pretty small. At least Merp is smaller than me. I love massages. I never had one before. I was always kind of scared because I'm like very ticklish. I'm very good at massages too. Oh shit. Oh, welcome back, Merp. My shoulders are borked. It's okay. I don't know how to shoulder as well. It's alright, Overblown. It's alright, Itty. It's fine. Itty drew your current avatar? Nice! So this is drawn by Itty. A very cute drawing I love. Kobo likes a lot. Tira, we're all smaller than you. Apparently I'm quite big as a kobold. I do full and I mean full body massages any gender. Oh, so you work as a massager as well? Shit, that's kinda cool. I wanna add this. Yeah, maybe don't add too much, but let's add this one. I like the lines. I can exchange my trade secrets. How to pet dog good. Story to be nice to my friends. Oh, not as like a what do you call it? As like a job? The what you're looking for is a masseuse. I can't go by masseuse, that's for females who don't have a license. A masseuse or a massage therapist. I actually should get regular massages because my shoulders are so bad. I had tension headaches since I was very small. Oh god. Massages are expensive here. I don't know about the pricing here. I have no idea, but it does look like it's some sort of a luxury thing to have massage here, I feel like. Actually, it's an hour over there. How about Salo? What's the rate over there? Can you visit me? I'll give you a massage for free. It was more than look, I cannot just go and visit anyone, anywhere, anytime. Like I would love to travel around the world. I would, but man, it's difficult to save money here, especially like after the incident and shit. Like I would love to fly around and meet a bunch of my friends as well. Like I can't even travel to Singapore or like Kuala Lumpur. So it's like it's kind of sad, but I'm trying my best here. Says like 30 cm. I pay like 50 euro for my 30-minute treatment and to use the facilities. Oh, where I work it's $80 for an hour. If I'm doing it at home, probably $60 for a non-time session. Or just for food, I'm pretty cheap. In terms of money, we got no money. I got no money as well, don't worry about it. It's like 30 cm. 80 30 cm? That's kinda cute. Actually, no, that's very cute. Sorry, can all you got to do is fly over here with your wings, or you have teleport and cold? I'm sorry, I'm talking about real life here. Man, if only there's like a teleportation magics and stuff like that. But then again, it would put all the pilot out of work, because that would be like a luxury thing to do, right? There could still be planes and pilots, but people who chose to go to planes would just be like, I want to experience plane. I want to experience flying with a plane. Like that is if everyone has like a teleportation magic. But if you're a friend, I don't ever charge. Life is stressful and we are all collectively too broke for a Happy Meal at McDonald's. You know what's funny? In Malaysia, McDonald's is a luxury food. Oh god. Bodily functions, they're being weird. But yeah, Happy Meal at McDonald's costs like shit. I think it costs like 16 or even more than that ringgit, if I remember correctly. I respect how much work it is. I'm just bitter because my doctors won't help me with it. I undercharge friends for haircuts these days. Oh yeah, I call my, I always call my middle school friends for haircut, and they always he always undercharges my family. I was like, no, take this 50. Because it's like 1、2、3、我姐姐，我慧姐，王姐，妈妈。Look, 5 people. Five people is like 45 ringgit the last time. I was like, no, take this extra 20, you fuck. You have to drive here. Do you mean did you like burp and fart at the same time? I hiccup and burp at the same time. Yeah, 16. You mean to tell me McFucking-Donald's is a luxury? Yeah. Like, there's a lot of people who goes to McDonald's for like fast food, but it's not because it's cheap. It's way more expensive than all the other things that's around. We have a lot of local eateries that we can have, food at, and those are way more cheaper. Usually around 10 ringgit. If you really want to budget, 10 ringgit can be a meal. You can go for like a kway chap laksa and then go for like a beverage, about 3, 4, 5 ringgit. 3 ringgit the most, I think, for beverage, and there will be a meal. It is possible. In some local eatery, the prices are pretty good. But McDonald's, if you want to have like a meal, right? Let's not say a la carte. You go for a set meal, medium set meal. I think McChicken. I think the most. Let's say the most. The most basic set costs like, fuck, I think it's like 18 ringgit 95 cents, essentially 19 ringgit for McChicken plus a cola. So it's like super expensive. And then I always go for like double patty spicy chicken McDeluxe set. That one costs 28 ringgit, if I remember correctly. 28 ringgit. So it's like, it is definitely a luxury here. I swallowed 5 guys and then I went to get... Why would you want to... What? Why is there war? What's your currency? Ringgit. Yeah, ringgit. Malaysian ringgit. I think if you type like MYR or RM, yeah. Like 20 bucks, I can get me like a 40-piece of basket of fries and a drink. 20 bucks, 24 4.5529. That's like about 90 ringgit, I think. Bucks is USD, right? Yeah, bucks is USD. Yeah. Then it's about 90 something ringgit. 40 piece of basket of fries. Where USD big. A ringgit is pretty small. And it's still going down. Politics, but I'm not gonna talk about that. Politics sucks. Here in Germany, a McDonald's meal costs around 10 euro. Is that euro or pound? I think that's euro. I don't know. Which translate according to the Google currency converter to 51 Malaysian ringgit. Yeah, euro, I think it's 5 point something. Yeah, 5 point something ringgit. 1 euro. And then USD is like 4.7 if I remember correctly. Yeah, I think that's it. Funny. It's wild. What can I say? It's wild. So yeah, there, I mean, at least there's a lot of local eateries that I can go to that is not super expensive. And it really helps me to like keep tabs so that I don't overspend on food. But I also don't want to skip out food because food is too important. Never skip out food. At least food is like my #1 stress reliever. If I get too stressed, I usually just eat some food, eat some snacks. It feels good. So we say it costs 18 ringgit, I would just pay 3 euro. Yeah, something like that. For if you were to convert the prices here over to there, it would be very cheap. But for me, if I have to pay 18 ringgit for a meal, that's a little bit too much. 18 ringgit, goddamn, for a meal. That's like 355, 368. That's like 6 cups of big kopi peng. So when I come to a country and bring my euro, I'm rich as frick? Probably, yeah. Malaysian ringgit is pretty small. Yeah, true, very true. Food and drinking deplete? So, to be fair, my meals is like... That's pound, right? In UK. 8 to 10 pounds. Yeah, that sounds about right. Feels like a meal for about 8 to 10 in general is like the good one. Small like Kobo. Kobo has always been small. I cook every day. I like making food. That's cool. I cannot... I mean, I can cook, but... Man, I'm lazy. Electronics just go... Psst. And British pounds are a little more valuable than euro even, I think. I have no idea. I'm sure the euro and the pound aren't equal, so I'm gonna assume I'm being scammed. Look, McDonald's, steal burger. Kobo must steal burger. It's hello sleeper. It's hello. That's a heckin' cute emote though. The noms. We're gonna go lurky again. It's lunchtime. Have a good lunch, Merp. I'll try to finish this one today. I don't wanna... Same. I don't wanna sleep as well. I want to play Monster Hunter Frontier. Monster Frontier. I want to play Monster Hunter Frontier. I forgot a number one rule is that sometimes a straight line is super boring. You need to... Every line needs to tell a story. Straight line is boring. I get it. Every line needs to have a story. That's what my lecturer told me, and I usually took that to heart, and it kind of helps. I know I sound so cheesy right now, but it's true. That looks like Merp Boop. Forget what I just said. Didn't happen. Money is stinky and I have to buy necessities that have luxury tax on them. In this country, so I'm just gonna riot. It's always so bad when trying to buy daily necessities and then we get taxed for it. It's like, fuck. We also need to live. Holy shit. And cheese like macaroni. Macaroni. Macaroni is expensive here. I think buying a packet of like hard like macaroni. Let's just say mac and cheese. Is there even a place that sells mac and cheese? Even if there is, each bowl of mac and cheese is gonna cost like 20 something ringgit. Because cheese is expensive here. So 27 ringgit for mac and cheese, yeah. Fish and chip about 17 to 20 ringgit. Chicken chop is like for sure 20 ringgit plus. Lamb chop can cost like 28. Mixed grill would be like 32 to 40 something. Depends on where we buy it. Essentially, Western cuisine here is very expensive. I'm gonna riot. I'll riot with you, E.T. I'm gonna add this line. Wait, where's the Liana? Mac and cheese. 2 USD? That's less than 10 ringgit. What the fuck? My mother told me well on obtaining Eastern ingredients here, so I don't pay what most people do. Oh, that's good. Bypass the import taxes and shit so that everything is like not expensive to get. That's amazing though. Yeah, hell yeah. I'm shedding. My sunburn is getting better. But I cannot help but I want to keep peeling them. Back. Okay, chill. Just draw. At least that looks a little bit more dynamic. Box of mac and cheese here can be $1 to $2. That sounds very affordable, even if converting to my currency here. But let's say if I were to convert my food to your currency, let's say the things I usually eat. We have curry, mixed pork rice. That's one that I always go for. Laksa is also pretty good. Kway chap is also really good. But these things usually cost about 6 to 7 ringgit. Well, I would say 7. Most of them are 7 ringgit. So if I were to convert it to that, it's like cents. Is it? No, about $2. Or even less than that. Less than $2. Yeah. Back in my land, Chile. Oh, Chile. A box of mac and cheese costs from 80 cents to $1, 40 cents. That sounds really good. Well, why are you guys using box of mac and cheese? Is it like a fast food? Or is it like an instant food where you just... Is it like instant ramen? Like 快熟面? Now I'm hungry. Same, Salo, same. Salo. Before you go away, is it okay if I like find you on Discord sometime just to look at the model? Like at any point, so that I'm not bothering you too much? Is it okay if I just DM you on Discord sometime? Something like that. Strangely hard to get mac and cheese here. Oh, mac and cheese here. There's no store-bought mac and cheese. There's only like eatery or restaurants. They have mac and cheese and they cost the dimension. Just like macaroni and a packet of cheese powder. True. Of course. Okay. Then if I have my own free time, I'll find you. I'll squish. Oh yeah, I'll squish you. Definitely. I will need to squish the kobold. I like squishing kobold. I think this looks pretty dynamic. And then this one I want to add a little bit of scrungle to it. Scrungle. Like clothing is not just straight line. Just one is enough, not too much. That looks fun. That sounds so wrong given what my chat is normally like. Sus. Sus. I mean, you've seen what I like as well, sort of. So it's not that sus. I think I just cover it up really good. Okay, I'll stop talking about this. Oh my god, I'm not gonna expose myself. A McDouble with bacon is like $3-ish. Sad? Damn. There's a place that sells mac and cheese specifically here. It's very much awful. That's so sad. I like making my own mac and cheese with some cheese whiz and shredded cheddar. That sounds good. Oh, cheese is too expensive here. Like a packet of... what do you call that? Mozzarella? Like the mozzarella, a packet of mozzarella cheese, about 500 grams, is like 17 ringgit. Some sell for 20, but that's like a rare case. Mostly it's like 17 to 18 ringgit for 500 grams shredded mozzarella. I know what else you like. I don't know. I don't know. Oh, I love the scrunkly feel though. Oh, I kinda like it though. Can I say I like it? I think it's saved. I think it saves it. Oh my god. With how baggy it looks, I think I kinda like it. It looks like a waffle. It looks like a finger that's made out of waffle. That's what it looks like. My brain hurts. I haven't struggled so much. I remember me struggling so much doing 3D art, and then eventually I figured out what to do. And then now I'm gonna struggle for 2D art a little bit. It's a good kind of struggle, don't get me wrong. A struggle is always how we learn and grow, sort of, right? Also, the neck doesn't behave this way. It's weird. Neck. It's supposed to be like this. Although doing this does make me want to play Monster Hunter Frontier, the game that I've been chronically addicted to. I know, I guess I didn't do as much progress today, but this is some progress. Not as much, but it's not bad. It's something, you know, it's something. What if I do mean removal? These lines, will it remove it? What? Where did the color come from? Apanya? Apa ini? Kenapa? Kenapa? Apa ini? Puno kau? Nanti kamu tahu. Pikirlah. What is that? Why? Where did this come from? That's weird. Why do I have purple lines? Wait, you do have purple lines. Where does this come from? Weird. Free color. No, it's too free. I cannot be too free. And what's with the free color though? This is very interesting. I never seen this problem before. Have you? It could be from the mean removal. But then suddenly got the color in. Because my brush is not pitch black, so that could be why. Now it's too thick over there, fuck! Maybe? Sounds about right. I am but a simple Procreate bean? Procreate? Isn't like another art software? I do Krita. Krita is free. It is? Oh! It's nice. Maybe I could try it out? Is it here? Procreate, right? Procreate. Procreate. Is Procreate free? Procreate is available only through Apple's App Store, and pushing and installing the app is simple. Once you pay your $13, you're finished. Oh, it's so expensive. I agree that I prefer working directly with my projects. It's a tablet app. Oh, tablet. That's fair, that's fair. I don't have a tablet of my own. That looks like a very cool looking app though, not gonna lie. I use... what is that? Clip Studio Paint. Clip Studio Paint. I think I heard of this one. Maybe. I don't know. CSP is good. I used it on PC and tablet before using Procreate. Oh, CSP is in PC as well? Ooh. Although I don't know what's the difference between different drawing programs, so maybe it's a good time to check it out. Clip Studio Paint. Clip Studio Paint free. Clip Studio Paint crack. Download. Oh my god. People want this thing bad. More powerful drawing. Ooh. Ooh, look at that fancy. So fancy. I just prefer how simplified Procreate is, but CSP is better for more focused projects. That looks like a big project, yeah. It goes on sale sort of often, usually half price. Oh, it's not a subscription, it's a one-time buy, right? Tablet, computer, smartphone. Wow. Whoa. That's a little texture brush. CSP is a sub, Procreate own flavor. Oh god, it's a sub? Ew, no, why? Oh, you have 3D reference as well. That's kind of cool. That's a very cool feature. Yeah, look at that. Smart calling features. I bought CSP though, not a subscription. Oh! What if I click buy? How will you show me? Perpetual license. What does perpetual mean? A perpetual license is a permit allowing a user access to an application indefinitely, provided they remain in compliance with established terms. Oh, it's a permanent thing. Oh, it got tricked! it got scamassed. No, it. Oh, there's the annual plan. Sorry. Single device 12-month license. So after 12 months, it's just gone. This one, right? Single payment. Why would I subscribe for this price when I can just like buy for this price? What fuck? 54.26. Okay, it's half the price, but still. Wait, no. If I were to convert into ringgit, 26, so 27, 27, 42, that's like 100 something. This one is like at least 200. Fuck. Can you change? GBP? That's euro. Canadian dollar. Australian dollar. Wow, expensive. That's so good. 39. That's GBP, right? Oh, that is pounds. Oh, it got scamassed. No. They should be the official website, right? I have a crisis, don't mind me. It is very unfortunate though. Shit. I would be pissed. I would be mad. Considering money is hard to get, especially during these times. CSP is mad good. Honestly? Then maybe? But I don't think I want to spend so much money on the drawing system, drawing software that I might not be using as much. Unless I really go into like art for real, then maybe? Maybe? I could. I totally could. Oh, speaking of, I remembered something that I want to talk about. Did you guys know about... I'm sure you guys know about Helldivers 2, yes? I shall go back to my tablet and draw beans to feel better. I want to look at beans. 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 I like beans. Yeah, the Helldivers is so... It's such an unfortunate situation, really. I was about to buy the game too, and then that happened. How very upsetting. They actually changed the TOS too, stating it started from optional to now compulsory. It's like, oh shit, the PSN account. So at first you don't need a PSN account to play the game, but now they changed it. Yeah, it's so unfortunate. I sincerely want to try out the game too. There's so many people playing the game, and it's like, yeah, sure. Now this happened. Guess I won't be buying the game now. I mean, I think Malaysia is not affected, but I can't be sure. I should check. They changed their minds and aren't requiring a PSN account now. Really? Didn't they delist all the game from all the place that doesn't have the that is region locked behind the PSN account? They delisted the thing. So they changed it. I hope they fixed it. Well, fixed as in PSN account is not required, because region lock PSN is just dumb fuck. It's so seriously dumb to region lock such a gold nugget of a game. Like, really, I saw people play the game. 9 out of 10 people are, or I can just say like 10 out of 10 people that I saw playing this game is having an absolute blast playing the game. And I was glad. It's like, wow, this game is very well received. The game itself is good, having some updates, like occasionally, having new things to fight, having new things for the game. It's very healthy. And then PSN happens. It's so neat. Maybe because the reviews were tanked to the point Valve had to stop and take stock of what was happening. It was really scary. I think there was close to 400k negative reviews now. So it is such a huge outburst. For good reason. Like, really for good reason. Like, I know there are some people out there who review Bomb for the fun of it, but this one is different. This one is for a cause. Yep. Yep. Okay. Oh, Merp looks better. Oh, thank God, Merp looks better. Oh, I'm so happy. Oh, thank you all. Thank you. Thank you, chat. Thank you, chat. Thank you, everyone who helped me. It looks way better now. Oh, thank fucking God. Oh, I'm so happy. I don't have to be so scared now. Oh, I should be still because it's not perfect, but oh, Sharpen does that. Look at that. So it does give the purple lines. That's kind of weird. I should fix that, but when I fix that, it becomes like blur. What a merp indeed. Yeah, Sharper sometimes does this. It has like random shit all over the place. Yippee yippoo. Yippee yippee. Happy cobalt noises. Yippee. Finally, I'm not having a crisis anymore. Yay. I can play Monster Hunter Frontier with good faith tonight. And not with guilt. I was sincerely scared because it's not up to par to what I want, and Merp actually paid for this, so I want like the best Merp can get and the best that I can do. So I was honestly kind of scared. I'm gonna fix this real quick. Well, fix as in these things. So thanks for the help, chat. Thanks to anyone who gives suggestions, who told me to look up references, what to look for. Something's wrong, tell me what's wrong. And honestly, that helps a lot. Hell yeah. Like, I know that I'm not... I know that I'm I'm still in, what do you call this? Aspiring artist? Can I say that? Can I say that I'm an aspiring artist? I want to learn. I really do. Even though I bitch about everything sometimes. Like, I have a crisis. I don't know what to do. But even when I'm going through that, I still want to learn. I really do.
Emotional damage!
Kind of. That's an emotional damage to me. Art is always about learning all the time. True. Yeah. Never stop learning. There's always new things. It's the same for fighting games, really. It's the same. Like, you would think that, oh, like I play Tekken, and it's just like, oh, it's just these move lists. But then there'll always be something new happening playing the game. It's like, oh god. Oh shit. Then you have to learn again. Oh, that's a merc. Oh, that's a merc. I'm so happy. It doesn't make me hate myself when I first look at it anymore. It doesn't make me feel like whenever I look at it. This part might still look a little bit awkward. But all in all, at first glance, I don't hate it. You know, at first glance, I don't hate it. This line is weird. Wait, before doing this, I need to unsharpen. There. Oh, wait, I'm supposed to finish up Itty's one. Oh god! Wait, I'm supposed to only... I'm doing this because I haven't got the tongue yet. And now I have the tongue, I should... Wiggle. Wiggly wiggly. That's cursed. That's very cursed. Let me save this one. This one... I think it's a scarf. This one doesn't look like a scarf. It doesn't. Oh, it is so cute. It is so cute. Oh yeah, I did change a little bit of things here because the snoot here as shown is very short, right? Yeah, E.T. has very short snoot. I did try to not make it too long. It is kind of long still. Are you okay with this? Like snoot wise, if it's too long, I can change it for you. Because the rest, I do have kind of a long snoot, yeah. Small snoot. I'm okay with snoot. Oh, okay, thank you. I want to listen. wanted to see what you do with me. I think it's not the best. I like the eyes though. I kinda like the eyes though. And scarf. The scarf is not good. I don't know how. Okay, you know what? A reference. Scarf on neck. Reference. Scarf on neck. Always look at reference so that it helps. Why got hijab one? Hey, why got hijab? Hijab. I mean, hijab is kind of a scarf, I guess, but I did. Scarf on neck. I would use a real life reference, but man, it's hard to transfer from real life to drawings. I'm not that good yet. Maybe larger scarf? Yeah, I was thinking about that too. The scarf is too small, which kind of makes the entirety of the picture weird. And I think I know what to do. Looks good. Yep, I'll make it better. I'll make it better. Kobo is cute. Wow. Evie is cute. Hi again, Evie. I could do like a very simple one. Or I could follow images like this. I could. Let's try. Why not? Let's try. What? 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 No. Me back, consume lunch. Nice. Hopefully lunch was good. Oh here, see, this is now the not the finished one, but I still want to change a little bit of the thingies, but this is gonna be more or less. I hope you're okay with this. If there's anything you want me to change, be sure to tell me. My design is 90% Pokemon Mystery Dungeon, not gonna lie. I never played the game though, but I'm very interested in playing it. They call it PMD, right? I see a lot on Twitter. I see E.T. so cute. E.T. is very adorable. Smart. Look at E.T. I'm okay with this. Okay. Then I'll make some adjustments. Small adjustment. And the head actual player are too small on the emote. Alright. That's a good point. I could make the whole thing bigger as to make the focus on the head a little bit more. I could do that. Yeah, you're right. So I could make the whole thing bigger, move out a little bit, and then show a little bit less on the below here. I think I did an okay job at the hoodie though. I'm surprised. I downloaded the picture. Let's use it. Reference, baby. I was thinking going for... Oh, it's so advanced. I might be regretting my decisions a little bit. It's so advanced. I can try it. Let's see. You have something like this. I can try. I know it's not really here, but I was thinking of this, but ending with something like this. A bit of a mix and match, if you will. Yeah, a bit of a mix and match, yeah. So something like this. Maybe not that thick, probably like around like this part. And then put it into here. Yeah, I can try it. Yeah. I will try my best. I will try my best. For Cobalt friends. And of course to anyone, really. Let me erase this. Oh, by the way, when I look at myself doing art, it made me realize the 150k redeem, right? I will still do it. I will definitely do it. I will continue doing it once I'm close to finishing all the Bleps and stuff. If I can, which is very less likely because whenever I have my own time, I will probably play my own game, as in Monster Hunter Frontier. But if I have the mood, I will try to finish up the Blep off stream if I can. Then I can continue doing the 3D model stuff. That is the waist up thing. Yeah, the waist up one. Oh, sorry, not waist up, shoulder up. Oh. Wait, no, waist up. I'm stupid. I'm gonna try... Check. Wiggling. I like wiggling. The wiggle is so good. I want... Hydrate. I think it's best to do this at another layer. Because I'm very unfamiliar with this. I'll make it smaller size. Wait, no. From here. I'll try to copy it, but at the same time have a little bit of my own flair to it. Well, hi Lex. Hello. Hope you're doing good. Welcome Lex. Outline here, right? Yeah, here up. Here up. Not that sharp. Oh yeah, the first line should be this. And then another one starts from here. Yeah, okay. Yip, yippee, yippee, yippee. I'm good, yes, eating breakfast. Nice. Breakfast sounds good. Try to do it my way a little bit. Small line here, and then another one here. This one's a little bit too not obvious. Here. Where are we? Oh, okay. This one. Yeah. Yogurt, apple, egg on toast, and coffee. Oh. Coffee sounds good. I like coffee. Coffee good. Kobo, have you had ude noodles before? I had just an instant pack tonight and the flavor was very unique and yummy. Bude? Bude sounds Korean. Is it Korean? Bude. Bude jjigae. Yeah, it is very Korean. Army stew? Bude jjigae. Army stew? Oh! Yo, look at that! Bude ramyun. I don't know Korea. I cannot read it. I didn't have any of the extras in mind, just what came with the packet. That's the brand, Han. Oh! This one? That looks good though. That looks really fucking good though. Never tried it, to answer the question. Never tried it. That genuinely looks good. Noodle. I crave curry noodles now. Or like spicy noodles in general. 농심. 부대찌개. It had a few mushrooms and carrots and bits and pieces of dried veggies. Was super yummy. And I hate mushrooms. Oh, I love mushrooms. Noodle. I have ramen in my drawer. Same. I do have a bunch of instant ramen in the drawer as well. I did a restock and it was nice. Okay, scarf looking neat. Something like this. Hopefully you're okay with that. And then do the last bit. Maybe too big. Okay, you know what? No, too big. Make it smaller. Cobalt size. Don't go down, but go horizontal line. Yeah. And this one, as well. I'm changing here to this. Not sure if this is blasphemy, but I made maple chicken curry yesterday. It was really tasty. Maple chicken curry? I have no idea. I don't know if it's blasphemy. Hi, Roxas. Wee. Spin. Oh, you know what? I think... Yeah, here, and then let's end it from about this part. Wow. Spin milk? Stinky. Stinky. I could add some lines. Add some soft lines. If your milk is stinky, it's probably expired. Most likely. I think expired milk is like the scariest thing. It exudes, the smell it exudes is insane. What? I'm fine. Is this okay? Wait, let me... Oh, the scarf helps so much. I think this is way better than what I did just now. That's the scarf. That's the scarf. Okay. Okay. You know what? I like this scarf. I kind of like this scarf though. Oh, thank God. Thank goodness. Oh, reference. Oh, reference helps. Reference helps. Okay, that's a good scarf. And this part is a little bit awkward. It's the... I think this part's too big. Can I post a link with the soundtrack I'm listening to right now? It begins to rot my brain. What soundtrack is rotting a Kobo brain? Good scarf. Ah, thank you, E.T. Thank you. References are awesome. Yeah. Like, I'm super surprised that this one helps. I was struggling so much to know what to find out what's going on. And then someone told me to, I forgot who, but someone told me to find hoodie references. And I got this and it helps a lot. Oh, it helps a lot. Thank God. Reference. Thank you, reference. What this? I click. Oh no. Of course. Good enough. think the scarf should be like way more above. Undertale soundtrack is absolute bop. I know, right? Always. It's always such a bop. Here, let me change this. Truly the cobalt music. Does this work? Is that a cheat? I think scarf should be covering more... Yeah, it should be covering more of the neck. So... What if I filter it again? Oh, oh no. Ah, that one line is so awkward. I keep it like this. I'm gonna keep it like this. I'm gonna keep it like this. It's covering the neck, it's okay. You know, I think Tammy should be an honorary Kobo. She definitely exudes Kobo energy. A 10 both, perhaps. Yeah, 100%. Way more Kobo energy than I have. Okay, this could be it, right? I think I'm gonna put it like this. This is the scarf. This is the itisekechu. Let me merge it before I make it safe. This is 10 hours, by the way. I will subject me and my chat to this music of 10 hours.
Hello,
and
welcome.
Primagen, hi! Thanks for the follow. E.T. looks so grown up in this, but still cute. E.T.'s really cute. I did make E.T. sort of grown out, yeah. A lot longer Chinook. Still very adorable. Oh yeah, thanks for the follow, Primagen. Appreciate it. Hope you're doing good. That's a cheat. That's a cheat, I'll take it. Hope I'm not missing anything. That looks very E.T. Snoot! Snoot enjoyer! Yes! We love Snoot. We're gonna be big, biggie E.T. Eat lots of biggies. Chucky Picky. Big E.T. can eat big piggy. Big E.T. can eat big piggy. Beans and snoots? Oh, you got both. Look at that. What a bargain! What a bargain, I tell you. Oh my god. You cannot find this bargain anywhere. Overboard is strong nickname? Yeah. Deal? Uh-oh. What's the deal? What's the wait? What's the deal though? Oh shit. What did I do? Overboard sounds more like a title? Yeah. I'm taking you. Wait. You're gonna ask my dragon over there, and also dragon over there, and also dragon over there, and dragon over there as well. There's a bunch of dragons. I don't know. I'm gonna send this to you, Iti. Is there anything else you want me to... Actually, wait. Before I send it... Wait. Not too much. Sir Iti the Overbold. That's so adorable. Why am I pressing? My room is pitch black, I can't see. Your beans. Wait, you cannot take my beans and snoot? Wishing in the millennium. Numb your horn? Why is my horn getting numbed? I hear Malem. I have to. Oh no! Blip. Oh no! I'm blepping. Baby Rage is such a fitting emote for a kobold. I will have this soundtrack in my head for the next couple of days. You're welcome! You're welcome! You're welcome when you said you have... When the music has already robbed your brain and I keep playing it.
Hey, hello, I don't understand. Where the subtitles?
I sure if it opened. Okay, good. Just need to double check. It's not auto. Oh my god, the room is so dark I cannot see. Iti. Blep. Blep. It's streaming like. Wait, I'm stupid. Where's the blep? It's supposed to be a blep doodle and I didn't blep. Oh my god. Ah, what did I do? Okay, there we go. Don't worry, it's just cobalt things. It's fine. Maybe not that sharp. The brain rot starting to affect you too? Yeah. Yeah, that's the Blepu. Yep,
Yep, yep.
yep, 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 yep. Why are you baby raging though? Oh my god. I'm losing my mind. That's the blap and a half. That looks fine. That's the itty blap. We good, we good. This music is 啊，很深奥啊，这首歌。It is so profound. If you listen to the sub notes of the note, it is so profound. Help. Itty blip. Itty blip. Itty blip. Yes, quite. I know, right? Such sophisticated music. How unheard of. Something so profound. Must be must be very such a rare occasion. It really speaks to the struggles of a kobold to end their great journey to please the dragon. It accurately encapsulates their lust for shiny, but also their struggle with not having shiny. See, even Lex gets it. It has such a deeper meaning as well. Oh my god. I am definitely not going crazy. Thank you, sir. I hope you like it. Thank you for helping me again, Overboard. Itty Overboard. Thank you. Appreciate. I hope you like it. Thanks again. In the meantime. I think I can. Okay, I saved, right? Let me. This one. Shift layer below. I can. It's too dark. I think it cannot capture my face. Give me a second. Green. Wait, green. I need more space. Anyway, let me transform this one. Merpy! Merpy speak. Actually, let's delete these referenced images. Believe it or not, they do take a lot of resources. Quite a bit. All I need is this for now. Alright, let's do a lazy painting. Merb color. No, that's not one. Wait. No. Making a go soon though. Also doing a streamies. Okay. Have fun with streamer. When it gets to that, of course. always appreciate Merp stopping by. That goes for everyone, not really. This sounds like Kobo music. Yeah, because it is. This is me being lazy. Stop! I keep pressing the wrong button. I cannot see. It's getting dark. But I want to sort of do a basic color first. Thing, of course, Merm, of course. Thank you too. Thank. Coloring outline slightly easier. How is chat holding up with the music? Yip once if you're okay, yip once if you're not okay. Oh no. Oh no, you're okay and you're both okay and not okay. Oh no. Stink. I'm gonna dip as I'm streaming with Merp. Have fun. Okay. Have fun with stream too over overboard overboard. Yeah. Thanks for hanging around. Always appreciate Kobo. That's a lot of yips. I don't know if they're okay or not. Is chat okay? I hope so. I finally streams. I really. Oh, why am I getting numbed? No. Surprisingly, I'm not going crazy yet. Okay, can't take this music anymore. Alright, let me change it back. Oh hey guys, look, we endured this music for 23 minutes. Clap, 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 clap. That's amazing. 23 minutes of this music. Oh no. I'm having a bunch of hiccups today. I don't like it. Sorry about that. My younger self based my entire lifestyle and personally on Tammy. Oh my god, oh my god. Nope. I'm so sorry for hiccuping that loud. I cannot see. Gain. Maximum gain. Oh, this one is good. Ah, sweet release. Sweet release. That music is good though. Ooh. It's very soft though. I have an extension for this. There we go. Now we can lock the layer. I'll try to do like a simple flat color. Licking butts, wow. I can cheat for a little bit. Ooh, that's not good. I'll figure out a way to do it then. But for now... It has a bit of a shading here. Oh, I hope Merp is okay with... No, you know what? I want some shade as well. A bit, just a little bit. Nice. Oh. I need to open up the lights, it's getting too dark. I think I might be able to finish this black color for Merp. Give me a second. I'm gonna go open up the lights, it's getting too dark. That chair was loud. I'm gonna try anyway, I'm gonna try. I know Merp has some, or Itty has some shading here. I'm gonna keep it flat color. I hope Merp doesn't mind. I'll see how the end product is first. The inner palm should be inner belly color, right? Unless that looks really weird. Maybe? Okay, that makes a little bit of sense, I guess. Yeah, it's not too bad. A black color. Is this okay? I hope so. There's no shading or whatsoever other than just here. Oh yeah, tongue. What's the tongue color again? This one. That's Merv. I hope that's fine. Oh, I'm actually kind of proud of the hoodie here. I like it. I'm kind of proud of the hoodie. Honestly, I kind of am. Oh, I'm so happy. Oh. I could save this as a PNG, and also Merp wants it as an emote, so... I need a backup for this. Echo? Echo? Okay, so now we have this. I need to combine this. Where should I belong? So I still have this. I can fix if anything goes wrong. If anything is wrong or if anything that's want to change, I can do it. But for now, I need this transparent background. No, I need a black background. Like pitch black. Whoop. Oh man, wait. Oh, that looks so bad. Wait, is it really that bad? Okay, let me fix this. I'm so glad I used this one. Now I can see more clearly on what the problem is. Man, is my work this not clean? I'm surprised. I guess I couldn't see properly, but now I can, so I'm glad. Maybe I should do this more often. Like, just have a pitch black background and see if there's any, like, bleeding. Like these ones. These are definitely not clean. Okay. That's good. Let me try again. I can save this. Okay, hopefully that's good. Okay. This one... I'm actually feeling tired now. Like, real tired. Oh. It's almost done. I'm almost done. And then let me say... Save as a creator file first as well. Yes. This one needs to delete for now. Oh yeah, select all pack. Whoa, there's some 30 marks. That's what it is. I'm not. I don't think I can fully cover it, but at least don't make it too obvious. That will be the. This will be the emote. Well, I'm feeling sleepy, but I'm done. Let me send this one to Merc real quick. So I guess next week, or if I got time to do it off stream, I will start to color Breaky and Nexus. Yeah. Oh, hi Ryuki. I came in to see two cuties. Wow. Yeah, Murph's definitely a cutie. Look at that. Oh my god, I keep getting hiccup. Bad. Gonna say. Love the piece. Oh, thank you. Hope you're doing good, Ryuki. Hello, hello. Hope you and chat are doing well. Despite me having a lot of hiccups and coughs, I'm doing actually pretty good. I've been away so much due to uni. I heard, yeah. Hopefully uni is treating you well. Hopefully. I miss everyone. I'm sure at least I miss you too. It's always nice to see you. It's always nice to see you. Okay, send this to delete this one. Delete this one for now. This is the merp. It's not really a code. I don't know what this is. It's like the cough has been going on for months and it still haven't stopped. But I'm not experiencing anything else other than cough. So yeah. Oh, the pet. Oh, the pets. At least I finished 2 things here. We have E.T. E.T.'s kinda cute. I'm so glad I found reference to actually help with the scarf problem. And it works. Yeah. Milk. Get well soon. Thank you. I will try my best. I will try my best. And then we finish a... Is this like half body? I think this is half body. A merp has an exceptionally long neck though. I just realized. I think it's fine. Let me send it to Murph first. So there's two that I need to upload. Emote and this one. How big is this file? 720 times 720. It's such a weird, awkward size, but I think it works for emote. I should have done 500 times 500 still, but I didn't. If there's any problem, I can change it. It's okay. Send it to Murph first. Bleps upgrade. Upgrade. Okay. I think, yeah, I'm actually getting hungry now. Oh, it's 7 PM already? Shit. Right, I started late today. I forgot. All good. Makan. Yes, I will makan. Yes, that's me right now. That's what I'm gonna do tonight. Shit, I'm just gonna be lazy. a productive day. Productive day. Productive day. Productive day. Productive day. I learned something. I learned how to draw hoodie a little bit. It was tough figuring out this part just now, and also all the pen thing. But I did it. Yeah. It's difficult. It's very, very fucking hard. Not gonna lie, it's so fucking hard. But we did it. Let me become big. Big cobble. Very cool art. Oh, thank you. Thank you. I'm so glad. I'm so glad you like it. And they liked it too. Merv is like, I want one thing. I'm glad. I'm glad there's people who like my art. I'm very happy. Very happy cobalt noises. I'm not seeing. I'm not seeing Merv. I guess they're just playing games together. That's pretty cute. But Tikaka is streaming, so I guess we can raid Tikaka. Oh god, stink. Danke for stream, Kaka. Of course, I'll always be here. Shame I wasn't able to watch Big Sister Tiara more. It's okay, you always get the chance to. Don't force yourself, it's okay. Don't stress yourself over it. It's fine. Don't worry. Spin. Spin. Not juga ya lah. Saya tahu lah. But still, there's no need to stress yourself over it. It's okay. Thanks for stream. Thanks for being here. Thanks for bearing with me with all of the... Did the boop just miss? Oh! Thanks for being with me even though I was going cray-cray. I was going cray-cray. No. No. Milk. Yeah, I better keep milking. Oh, that looks... That is so cursed. Yo, look at that left eye though. Oh my god. Oh shit, the left eye is broken. I got milk. There's so much calcium. And Kobo's gonna become big and strong. Anyway, let's rate Ikaka. Oh my god, Tikaka is drawing Dragon and Kobo holding hands! I'm gonna cry, oh my god, that's so good! I'm melting! It's a Kobo and Dragon holding hands, oh my god! That is something like this that makes me super happy though, oh my god. And then we have Dragon Milk. Oh, that's so good. Let's rate Tikaka. Let's rate Tikaka. Tikaka does so amazing art. Super amazing art. Did you summon Bernie yet? Oh shit, I didn't. Yeah, let me summon Bernie. Yep. Yeah. Yep. Hey Bernie. Hey Bernie. Come here, Bernie.
I am once again asking for your financial support.
Thank you, Bernie. Long snoot? I love long snoot. In fact, can I have this? Do I have this? I don't remember. Shit. You like this? Oh. 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 Snoot. Oh my god, gua. No more snoot. 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 Yep. Yep. Milk. Spin. Spinning milk. Wee. Where's the spin? Also, I have a Discord. Usually when I announce my stream stuff. Like today, I was very late for my stream because of stuff. Stuff. It's like a side work, that's why. But usually whenever there's anything happening to the stream, like if I'm late, if I'm early, if there's anything special happening, we'll always be on Discord. And I have a Dragon Simping Corner, where you can post a bunch of Dragon stuff and make Kobold happy. Yeah. Oh, thank you, Nexus. That's my rate message. This is sub and non-sub one. But of course, you guys can use whatever emote you guys want to use. It's totally fine. Let me type in the rate to Tikaka. Okay. I type in the rate. So as always lah ho, on Tuesday and Wednesday I won't be streaming lah. And then I'll be back on Thursday, where I'll most likely play a lot of Monster Hunter Frontier. I think if I can, I kinda want to farm a little bit of Monster Hunter. So thing is I might get more urgent quests done, I think, if I can, but I don't know if I can though. If I get a chance to play Monster Hunter Frontier in my free time, I hope you guys don't mind if I just go through the urgent quest. I hope you guys don't mind. But of course I'll leave the cool monsters and we will look at it together. Salo! Salo! Salo, did you sleep? thank you for the pet though. I like it. I type in the rate. I'm ready to rate. I'm gonna rate and I'm gonna go get some food. Yeah. Okay. A little nap. Hopefully that's enough. Okay. So, before the raid, I want to hiccup. I feel it. And that's not a hiccup. Okay, before the raid, I want to say thank you all so much for joining with me today. Really appreciate all of you. And thanks for all the help with my art as well. Thank you. And also know that you guys are all loved, valid, and mattered. Very valuable. And Cobalt loves y'all. Wait, I'm already getting shouted out by Tikaka. What is this? Oh, they know. Tikaka knows. And here comes right to Tikaka. Tikaka is doing art. I'm seeing a dragonborn. I think that's a dragonborn, but I'm gonna say that it's a antro dragon and a kobold holding hands. It just makes me so happy. Oh, Tikaka is going on a break. I hope you guys don't mind raiding into Tikaka taking a break. I'm sure Tikaka will appreciate all the lyrics here, right? I'll appreciate it. And the compatible, of course. Did I have this? Thank you, Ting Ted. Wow. Wow. That's a great message.
Hey chat, did you know that in terms of kobold and dragon relations, Tylra is the most compatible kobold for dragons? It's true. Look at this pretty girl we got. She has horns.
I'm gonna go get some food.
I mean,
and
you
play
can
a
do a lot
lot
of
of
things
Monster
with
Hunter
those
Frontier
horns.
tonight.
I mean, they're long. It looks like they're kind of rounded on the
everyone.
tips, you know.
Bye.
You can
Love
do a
you.
lot of things with them, like
Mwah.
handlebars when you take
Bye-bye.
your dragon boyfriend on and off a motorcycle. Instead of holding your waist, they could hold your horns.
Ugh.